There is no question that the world is changing rapidly and getting more dangerous in new ways than ever before. When we look at the prevalence of misinformation, of disinformation, the way social media has been weaponized both by foreign actors and by people within Canada pushing extremist views, trying to foment anger and discord, whether it's extremist ideology and right-wing terrorism on the rise in Canada, or whether it's examples like the illegal protests we saw in the winter. There are a whole new set of challenges that we need to be responding to. And that's why we're working closely with our national security agencies, working closely with organizations like the Canadian Security Establishment around communications to make sure that we are able to respond to these new realities. We need to do it, however, in a way that continues to defend freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom to protest, to legally protest, while at the same time we're taking on more tools to keep Canadians safe. Because increasingly we're seeing that things that start online end up having impacts on the real world.
Yep. It is, it's definitely too early in the morning for that. Let me see something here. Get the angle right. Can you believe just the stuff that comes out in one stream of verbal diarrhea? That he's talking about misinformation, and then at the same time talking about the rise in right-wing, capital T. Okay, so apparently it's not a public link today. And I cannot post it on social media. Now, let me just see if I can get this. Give me 2 seconds, people, while I can try to set up. Not enough coffee in a life. In a life for that drivel. And by the way, people, let me see what's going on here. Open and Zoom. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if this is working here. Bear with me, people. I can't see the chat right now. Okay, this looks like it's working. And I'm going to plug in the headphones so that nothing is reproduced or... So for anybody who doesn't know what's going on this morning, it's the judgment reading, I think. Okay, so hold on. Test speaker, external headphones. Good. That's what it should be. That's the speaker, so that's where I should be hearing it. Test mic is working on this. Video. I don't want any video on this anyhow. Okay. So I think we should be good. I'm going to leave this on one ear so I hear when it goes live. Today's the reading of the decision, the judgment. Tamara Lich had a 2-day hearing last week. So for anybody who doesn't know what's going on, I think we all should at this point. Not a public link. I don't know what the rules are today. So the one thing you have to make sure is that you don't give an arguably politicized, weaponized system an excuse. It does not seem that the link, I don't know how the link is obtained. If they want to, I don't know. I not taking any chances, not giving any excuses, people. So for anybody who doesn't know what's going on, last week, Tamara Lich had a 2-day hearing on a notice of application for bail review of bail conditions. Tamara Lich presented a notice of application arguing that the term, the situation has evolved, the situation has changed, and she wants the initial bail terms that were adjudicated and ordered by the court to be reviewed and revised. Errors in law, I think they're arguing ambiguity of items 5 and 9 of the bail terms of her release, one of which was that she can't post anything on social media. See if I can find those again. Good morning, everybody. The items 5 and 9, I'll pull them up in a second. Let me just get the article, an article which will discuss it. Google. Let me see. I'll go back to sharing screen. We won't see Justin Trudeau anymore. Move this screen out of the way. So she had a 2-day hearing last week. She filed a notice of application. Okay, so I seem to be in a virtual courtroom, and I hear it in my ear. Okay, good. Take this off and make sure that nobody hears anything else. Okay, so I got the audio. Anybody who has the link, you're not allowed rebroadcasting, reproducing, screen grabs, audio, video, you're not allowed. Live tweeting is allowed. There's a number of people who are live tweeting this. Greg McGregor, CTV, Resistance Cats on Twitter. So we have a hearing. I see we see the people are attending court. Let me just go to the Twitter world. Okay. Sorry, people. This is going to be a little rough until we get to. Okay, so everything is hooked up. Now we're in Google. Just to get I want to bring off. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Tamara Lich bail. CBC had a good one yesterday. Tamara Lich learns her fate. It's interesting what's in the news. Ottawa judge should decide. Here, let's go. 1 hour ago, Globe and Mail. She had a 2-day hearing. She made an application to review the bail hearings, the bail terms. To thank her for her efforts, the Crown then made a notice of application as well, alleging that she violated the terms of her release and that she should be re-imprisoned. And for anybody who was listening at the time, the argument there was that, and I think it's a mistake, I think it gave an excuse. The argument was that she breached her bail conditions by directly or indirectly posting to social media support for anything related to the convoy. Because what she had done, she had received a silver pendant from someone in, I think it was Thailand, overseas. Allegedly, a Canadian stuck in Thailand for the last 2 years, couldn't return for whatever the reason, made a pendant. It looked to be a silver pendant. It was beautiful, in as much as jewelry is beautiful, that said freedom on the top, Canada on the bottom, and it had a truck in the middle. This Facebook account from, I think it's Thailand, but someone in the chat can correct me, sent this to Tamara, said, we want to make you the ambassador of our movement, whatever it is. They're calling it another type of freedom convoy. Tamara says, it's beautiful. I'm never going to take it off. Took a picture of her wearing it, sent it back to the person who she thought was a good faith actor, just sending her something, nice. The woman then says, or the woman on the other end in Thailand says, can I post it to social media? Tamara says, yes. You do whatever you do. Post the picture. The woman then posts the picture to a Facebook page, which I know people have been visiting now because there have been messages saying, take this down, you're getting her in trouble. She posts the picture of Tamara wearing this pendant. I think she quoted her saying, I'll never take it off, thank you so much. Posted with permission of Tamara. The Crown gets this picture. It says, do you not think that this violates the terms of your release? You're making public statements directly or indirectly supporting the convoy. And they then made a notice of application to try and re-jail Tamara Lich, who already spent 2.5 weeks in jail until she finally got released on the most onerous bail conditions you can possibly imagine. Court now seems to be in session. People are asked to rise. Globe and Mail says she's going to decide whether or not Tamara Lich should return to jail. Well, flip side is the court might also decide if the onerous terms of her initial release should be revised and okay, so we have the judge. I'm getting nervous in my stomach when you hear judgment readings. So the judge is talking now, and I think the judge is simply going. They had a 2-day hearing. The first day of the hearing apparently was so heated and so over the top. People who were there said they've never seen anything like it. Even a favorable media had to say the prosecutor, Moise Klemji, kind of lost it. First day was over the top from what I've read. Second day was much more tempered. Moise Klemji, who the day before was told to take a break by the judge, take a break, think about what your demeanor, and come back after the pause. And then after the pause, came back and accused the judge of improper conduct and asked the judge to recuse himself. Oh, he's reading. He's going to read what he's written. So the judge says, before I read what I've written, he had time over the weekend to review the. Okay, so we can get a hard copy of the written decision after he reads it. This is the most, if you're a lawyer, people, this is the most gut-wrenching part of the practice. After you've pleaded your heart out, you hear the judge reading the decision, and it's all in the hands of the judge. There's nothing you can do as an attorney anymore. He's reading the decision now. It says Tamara Lich is facing criminal charges from the convoy. It's alleged that she is an organizer of the highly disruptive event. Already not starting off good. It says it's a bail review hearing under Section 520 of the Criminal Code. 2 ways in which a judge can alter the status quo. It's going to go through case law. He says, I can do it on the one hand if there's an error of law, or 2, change of circumstances. So he's going over the procedure now, saying Tamara Lich was ordered jailed on February 2022. More procedures. She was released later on with a certi on March 7. The rehearing. The judge here says on the rehearing, because the original judge denied Tamara release. He says the second judge, or justice of the peace, found that the original judge made an error in law and ordered her release. And then, issued the proper terms after concluding the first justice of the peace came to an incorrect decision in law. Okay, so now he's going over procedure again. Lich's team is saying that Johnson, the second judge who revised the first judge's decision, also made an error in law. Yep, unsurprisingly. Oh, sorry, this is... Crown made an application to review, said the judge made a mistake. Defense disagrees. Now the defense is saying... The defense says social media ban is an unrestrained, overextensive restriction, and it's a mistake. Both parties are suggesting that there's been a material change. Crown says even if the terms survive the challenge, the situation has changed because Tamara Lich has apparently agreed to accept the George Jonas Award offered to her by the JCCF. Crown argues that by her accepting or indicating that she would accept the award offered to her by the JCCF, she is publicly supporting something related to the convoy, and that she should therefore be returned to jail. Who else's stomach has butterflies here? Okay, and then the Crown says, not the Crown, the defense says the convoy's over. It makes no sense to have these restrictions anymore. Defense says Tamara's been in her community since March 7, March, April, May, almost 3 months without any breaches. So now they're saying she has not committed a breach in 2.5 months. She should be allowed to go to Ottawa because that was one of the restrictions, to see family, etc. And it says there's no reason to prevent her from accepting the JCCF, Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom, George Jonas Award. He does not accept the Crown submission that she breached. The judge started off by saying, I do not agree with the Crown's position that she breached her terms by accepting the award. Okay, it says this is not what is intended. This is not what she accepted as the award is not intended to be what the Crown was trying to prevent by behavior. The judge gets it, it looks like. He says the second judge who revised the first judge's terms, said that the purpose for his restrictions was to prevent recurring interference with Ottawa activities. He says even though they wanted to prevent her from organizing or starting those activities up with the convoy, no one seeks to control her political views. I hope I'm clear enough, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. He says here the objective was to keep a highly problematic street protest from continuing or recurring. Good. He accepts Mrs. Lich's evidence that she saw no connection between her release terms and the acceptance of an award to celebrate her advocacy of constitutional freedoms, as she and others understand them. He says, I believe she understood that she would have been restricted by the Johnson J Award, the order, which is the second one, from participating or organizing further street protests. He says, I can accept that she would have seen that as being different than accepting an award. This judge has got it, by the way. He says it's the relation between accepting an award and a protest that is long over is so indirect. I lost the second word there, but he said it's so indirect. It's Crown has failed to prove that the Crown has committed an offense under Section 145. I think that's the criminal code of breaching bail. I'm not sure. He believes Ms. Lich when she explains that she doesn't see her acceptance of the award as any support for the Freedom Convoy because the convoy is over with. He's quoting Tamara Lich and what her testimony was. She says, I didn't see it as supporting a convoy. There's no convoy to support. It's 3 months gone. And now the judge is saying, the judge says there's been a significant change. He says it's a significant importance that the convoy is over and has left town. He says it would be practically impossible to mount a comparable protest in Ottawa again. And he says Tamara has shown that she is capable of being trusted to respect bail conditions, and cites the fact that she's been compliant since her release. He accepts that she's been off social media since her release. He says it's hard to conceive. Okay, he just used a very big word. The judge doesn't seem to like the protest. He says she's been off social media and has avoided the silo of the toxic groupthink that resulted in the protest. Fine. A judge that disagrees with the protest but gets it right is still good. He says there's no more mask mandates. Most of the restrictions have been lifted. So he says the situation has evolved. He sees it as good things. The judge did not like. It's quite clear the judge does not like the protest. Bottom line is this: circumstances relevant to the assessment of her bail. What it would take to maintain confidence in justice, in the administration of justice, materially different now than they were back in February. He says, in my judgment, he says now my assessment is that it would have allowed the first judge to come to a different conclusion than he did. He is citing the fact that at the time there was a risk of a recurrence of the protest. This judge really doesn't like the protest. He says that the analysis the analysis then would be different now because of the change of circumstances. Now they're getting to the secondary and tertiary grounds of the bail. This is the part where, okay, so the tertiary considerations of release have to take into consideration the benefits of the terms of the release. He says, now, given the circumstances that he's describing now, even the second judge would have come to a different conclusion in law based on the facts as they stand now. Now he's saying he says it's worth repeating that the federal government considered the country to be in a very unique situation to warrant Emergencies Act. I think he says in light of this, he's doing a de novo assessment, a brand new assessment, given the change of circumstances. He need not consider the Crown's position that the second judge made a mistake. The Crown wanted to overturn the second judge's review of the bail or terms of release. Now he's saying basically de novo, the terms of release are subject to a new assessment de novo from scratch, brand new, given the new facts. He says the previous two orders are subject to replacement for the same reason. Now he's getting to the evidence. Release is appropriate. He says all of the circumstances, quality of the surety, the success to respect the conditions, along with Ms. Leach having had a taste of jail. Oh, she had more than a taste, Your Honor. She had the whole thing. He's impressed by the proposed surety, reassuring that he finds it reassuring that the surety has taken her job as a surety so seriously that he says he finds it assuring that the surety takes her job so seriously that she's reviewing and revising and looking over Tamara's social media stuff. Thinks she could. No evidence suggesting that Ms. Leach has breached her conditions. He specifically rejects the idea that she is responsible for what someone else did with the photo. Good. He also rejects the idea that she's responsible for how the JCCF does their business and seeks to commemorate people who stand up for constitutional freedoms. He says he's focusing on the charges, provided she continues to follow the law. So long as she continues to respect the law, she is allowed to continue to behave and perceive herself as an innocent person under the law. A trial is no sure thing for either side, he says. Warning. He says, warning. Nobody knows what happens in trial. He says, nobody's sure what happens at trial. So her behavior before trial is relevant in that it could result in a prejudicial perception of her. Judges just said, he who laughs last laughs longest is a post-trial consideration. Okay. So he hasn't laid out the terms yet. He says she's entitled to the presumption of innocence and a release from jail, and they can structure the terms appropriately that would ensure public confidence in the administration of justice. Now he says, what terms shall I release her on? I like this judge, even if he doesn't like the protest. He says that the terms of release have to be tailored and not stray into punishment before trial. This is beautiful. He says, what release conditions in all the circumstances? I missed that thought there. He says, basically, the terms have to be intended to ensure administration of justice. He says he came to the same conclusions as Johnson, the second one. He says, I'm coming to, basically he's coming to the same terms as the second judge, terms of release. So it looks like she's going to be out on the same terms. And he does not seem to feel that Judge Johnson, the second judge, made a mistake on the social media ban. He says, I independently find that the social media ban is warranted. So he's come to the same conclusion as Johnson. It's interesting. I'll get to this afterwards. He says social media is a silo where people get egged on, caught up in groupthink. He didn't say groupthink here, but he says social media undoubtedly contributed to the conduct. And he thinks that her staying off of social media and avoiding getting whipped up in that is justified. Just write that down. Whipped up on social media. Because her sister said something to that. Whipped up social media. He says, I know that she's in her late 40s. Born in the early 70s. Okay, he's being funny now. He says she's elder, high 40s. She'll figure out how to interact the way she did before social media. He says she can write a letter, go to a coffee shop, email, text, the way we used to before social media. I don't actually need this on my lips right now. He says she doesn't require social media for her work. So that's where I guess the secondary tertiary. He says the infringement on her social media is minimal consideration in order to ensure compliance with the court order. So he says social media ban should still be imposed. So Johnson, the second judge, did not make a mistake. Now, so Johnson's social media ban, the second order of the terms of her release, reaffirmed. De novo, but now he's getting to the not traveling to Ottawa. And he's saying it's unusual to ban anyone from a city. Especially a province. He says the geographic scope of the restriction was influenced by the protest, whether or not it would recur. He says he imagines the concern at the time, it's quite poetic, was that she would be released from jail, blow on the embers, and start that fire up again. He says the court was also motivated to remove her from the city. in the same way, an accused shouldn't return to the scene of the crime. So he says, I accept the evidence that her child is attending post-secondary school in Ottawa. He says it's reasonable that a mother who wants to help her child move, visit them. He didn't say visit yet. So he says, if she goes to Ottawa to help her daughter go to, or I don't know if it was a daughter, her kid go to university, does it undermine the confidence in the administration of justice, given what she did the last time she came to Ottawa? He says no. He says, I note it would be practically impossible for Ms. Lich to organize what had been previously organized. She's disconnected from social media. So basically says she couldn't do it again if she wanted to. And so, second related question. He says he agrees. Says it's contrary to the reputational interests of the administration of justice to allow Ms. Lich to walk around the very neighborhood she's alleged to have, I think he said, traumatized. So he says she can go to Ottawa, but she can't attend the downtown core. She's a 49-year-old grandmother. No, he's going through her credentials. Grandmother, no criminal record, full-time employment, Métis heritage. She is presumed to be innocent. Given the nature of this case, there's a great degree of uncertainty as to how she will be held culpable for the accusations. It's relevant that the day before her arrest, she was already being told by the Ontario Superior Court that she may continue to protest. He's saying it's improbable that she's going to receive. He's saying, I think he just said it's unlikely that she's going to. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had that screen up the entire time. I think he just said it's unlikely that she's going to serve a lengthy period of time in jail, so it couldn't warrant holding her up beforehand. He says, accused people are released all the time without controversy on serious accusations, including murder. He says that he's confident that the terms of her release will reduce or eliminate the likelihood of. Oh, he's saying some of the release terms should be edited or deleted. Some of them are unworkable and ill-suited. He says it is ordered that she be released on the same order as Johnson from before, the second one, but they're going to change a few conditions to keep the peace and be of good behavior. I'm not saying where she's being told where to reside. We don't need the address. Should not contact directly or indirectly a number of people. I won't name the names. So she can't contact directly or indirectly. And they're listing a bunch of people. I think these are alleged organizers of the convoy. Not to log on to social media or post any messages on social media. Allow her certi reasonable access to her electronic devices. Not to allow anyone else to post social media on her behalf or indicate her approval for any future protests. Not to organize or aid or abet in the organization of any public protest, of any unlawful protest. She's not to participate in any protest in respect of anything related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Successfully outlawed protest for her. She's not to attend Ottawa, the downtown core. They're delineating it. Except for as may be necessary for attendance at court. So that's it. That's his decision. Okay. Let's hear some representations. So he finished reading his order. Okay, so now. Okay, so the judge just read the order. That's the order. A written version will be available later today. And now the lawyer, I think it's the lawyer for defense. I'm only listening. I can't see anything. I'm not watching. So basically he's saying, look, I'm restricting her from the downtown core because to allow her to walk the downtown core where citizens alleged or claimed to have been traumatized by the protest, it would be like letting an accused perpetrator. It would be like letting an accused perpetrator return to the scene of the crime with the victims. So she can go to Ottawa. She can't go to the downtown core with the exception of attending court. And I believe that's it. I believe that is over now in the written judgment. When I get it, I will circulate it around. Let me just see when the audio breaks off. The meeting has been ended. All right. So that's it. There you have it. Good. And I mean, it's this is one of those situations where if I'm assessing it critically, it's a very small victory. And Bill Bradley, I'm going to get to this because this is the punchline. It's a very small victory in that she doesn't go back to jail. I mean, thank you, Big Brother, for not bringing me back to jail, for taking a picture and sending it to a third party. Thank you, Big Brother, for letting me leave and not be in jail under these. I still think it's extremely onerous, and I say unconstitutional terms. But small victory for Tamara. But listening to the judge's reading, I mean, basically they prevented her from attending any protest. They have for Tamara Lich as her bail terms, and it's worth repeating. I've said it all the time, is that bail release terms necessarily violate your fundamental rights. Necessarily, they limit what would otherwise be your constitutional rights for freedom, life, liberty, and happiness, possession of property, protection from abusive search and seizure. It necessarily does that because, they say you can't travel to certain areas, you can't possess weapons, you can't leave the country. You have to be in you have to be in your house at night, curfew. It necessarily restricts your what would otherwise be charter rights, fundamental freedoms. The reason, though, is that why it's justified is that they have to be justified restrictions to prevent the likelihood of fleeing or recommitting pending your trial. In this case, I mean, she's accused of mischief-related crimes. Perjury, if you want to add on the ones that were tacked on afterwards. She's accused of mischief-related crimes, and she hasn't been found guilty yet. And even if she's found guilty, mischief could be a 10-year sentence. I haven't done the case law research. I'll be shocked if anyone has ever gotten 10 years in Canada for mischief. So what's a reasonable restriction while she's still presumed innocent? I don't think these are, in my view, I don't think these are legally justifiable or factually justifiable conclusions. Got to respect the court system. You got to respect the courts. I don't think it's a reasonable restriction to keep her off social media. I don't think that's a reasonable constitutional infringement as a term of release. That she can't go to the downtown core of Ottawa. I mean, that you can't protest, that you can't encourage protest. I don't think any of these are as minimal as required to ensure compliance. How about don't organize any more protests, and do whatever else? I mean, you think if her being online saying let's go make another protest? First of all, why cannot someone say I want to protest the terms of my release with a lawful, peaceful protest? Illegal protest is different than legal protest. She cannot legally protest. It says protest or participate in any unlawful. I think they use the word unlawful to describe the second part. She can't even participate in any protest related to COVID-19 as a term of her release. And she's still innocent until proven guilty. You know, have her post $20,000 bond and agree to be a lawful citizen. And if she breaches that, then you sanction her. To me, this smacks of old school British Empire squashing the rights of the small people. I hate that our rights are not sacrosanct. No, it's like, and what is the practical effect of this judge's order? At the very least, for Tamara Lich, fundamental rights and freedoms, the social media, the right to protest, freedom of assembly are restricted until she's either found innocent or guilty. And I mean, the judge basically prejudged this protest as an illegal. He didn't say occupation. I believe he said it was a nuisance. It interfered with, I don't know. He basically referred to it as unlawful. I forget the exact wording. I'll have to go back and listen to myself. But so that's it. Anyhow, that's it. So she does not go back to jail. The original terms of the second bail order from Judge Johnson, who reviewed and from whom the rehearing, the release were granted, those terms are reiterated, but de novo. So the judge says, look, I'm not reaffirming Judge Johnson's decision. I'm just coming to the same one. Even though I think Judge Johnson would have come to a different conclusion had the facts been what they are today, and then they struck a couple of the terms. But that's it. Okay. So I guess a little quasi good news, but I don't really think this is good news in the meaningful sense, because this basically says, the protest that is basically can never occur again in Ottawa. That's not a good thing, in the sense that what the judge basically says now is the government has effectively saw to it that one cannot protest in certain ways that the government does not approve of ever again. That's an odd way to view the concept of protest. You can protest in a way that does not cause any inconvenience to the government, so long as you comply with the manner in which the government says you can protest, when, where, when it has to end. So the government controls your right to protest the government. I'm not sure that was the essence of the idea of freedom of assembly and the right to protest enshrined in our Charter of Rights. Ron Lachance, thank you for your opinion. Rejected. Dismissed, Ron. Not good news. The premise to throw her back in jail was a red herring for the benefit of propaganda. No, I think it was just that. That's not a totally unreasonable take. I just think it was a threat to anyone else. We will try to do this to you. And I think at some point in the decision, the judge drew a distinction between Tamara Lich and Pat King, but I'm not sure. Oh boy. Okay. If anyone's not interested in that, don't do it. I'm not going live the entire day, but I think if Kate Moss is on the stand and I have missed the most important, not the most important, but the most interesting part, let's do it. Let me just see what's going on here. Get the headphones in. Alrighty. If Kate Moss is on the stand, we'll get to some more important stuff during a break. I'm not going all day. I've got a sidebar tonight with Tom Woods, Robert Barnes, and it's going to be good. But now let's just see who is on the stand in the Johnny Depp trial live. Which one do I want to go with? Do I want to go with commercial. Let's wait for this to be skipped. Who's on the stand? Okay. Oh, it's Dr. Curry's on the stand. Let's do this.
Of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard.
Okay, let's see. Apparently, I can move it if I bring this here.
Before she gave the CAPS 5.
Okay, I can move this. Here we go.
To the second
no, I brought it too high up. There we go.
3 checklists.
That's going to be annoying.
That are
no, we don't want to block Dr.
Abuse.
Curry. Okay, here we go.
And the first she gave.
So for anybody who doesn't know, this is Dr. Curry. She is the one who was court ordered to assess
female victims of intimate
Amber Heard
violence.
for PTSD. And in her assessment of Amber Heard's PTSD, came to the conclusion that Amber Heard actually does not suffer from PTSD.
Is the test relevant
and
to the purpose?
In fact,
and the danger assessment
suffers
scale,
from BPD, borderline personality disorder.
This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an
I'm not doing this all day, but I'll do it for a little bit.
Who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that
so I'll clip that Tamara Lich hearing and put it on my second channel ASAP.
I won't go into all of them, but
the more she Viva all day. Kids have early dismissal today, so I can't
realize that she is in imminent danger. And then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work.
Well, you know, it's funny. Hold on 1 second here.
That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a
Curry, Kipper, and Brown.
To look back in time.
Those are 3 ingredients in a delicious breakfast.
Based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised.
I am not that type of person. I missed Kate Moss, though.
Scale was developed
okay, so Dr. Curry
to research family
is the one who diagnosed Amber
no
as a borderline personality disorder,
exaggeration,
and concluded she had no PTSD.
It was just given to research participants.
Okay, let's catch up a little bit,
so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse. And how
is the audio, people?
Work.
I'll talk a little softer, but how's the audio?
Questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously, you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the 3rd checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was
audio
meant to be
as
used
good as
for
the
therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off.
I don't want to block her. Oh, don't do that, David. Stop it.
Talk about it because now it's been put to words.
Okay,
again,
there we go.
This
That's
is
better.
Similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have.
Don't forget to thumbs up
with a claim
and share the link around.
Partner violence and an allegation
Funky
that
Blue.
They've been severely harmed. Then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence
gonna leave it here.
whether the person's self-reported.
I don't know who's. Yesterday was somewhat of a boring day of testimony.
Victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Okay.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of I think you called it the PCL5?
Yeah, I think the Tamara Lich judgment is not going to help Pat King because it's going to be easy to distinguish between the two characters.
Checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had,
I think that meant prediction, not erection.
I would probably
is that
give
she's
this as a standard with my intake before we do the diagnostic interview,
It's scary.
it kind of gives me a read
Suzanne.
on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
You compare this, the
last
demeanor of
thing is
this
what
expert
everybody refers to as
to
CAPS
Dr.
5.
Spiegel.
Yes, the CAPS 5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically
perception,
to
okay.
assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past.
Amber
But it's
is
nothing
going
like that.
down
Really,
in this trial.
It's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
And Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
Okay, so back to the Johnny Depp trial. I sometimes I'll even accept that this is a distraction. Sometimes you need a distraction from the awful things in the world that you can't change. The Serenity Prayer, I have never been one to actually be able to live by the Serenity Prayer, but for those of you who don't know what it is, let me just go find it here. Serenity Prayer, not the long version. God grant me the Serenity Prayer. Seneca Creek Church. Where is it? Where is the dude? I need the words. I'm not signing up. Sorry, not today. Not the full Serenity Prayer. The Serenity Prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Here's where I get hung up on the Serenity Prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. I cannot accept that. The courage to change the things I can. I think I can do that. And the wisdom to know the difference. I have the wisdom. Now I just need the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. But one of the things that I cannot change is that I cannot accept the things I cannot change. So how's that for a paradox of the Serenity Prayer? It's a good prayer. My mother has it on a mug somewhere. I cannot accept the things that I cannot change. I get frustrated about it. I will obsess about it. I will harp on it spiritually, psychologically. They will go around in my head over and over again. But at least I have the wisdom to know the difference. Now I just need the serenity to. The other thing is I do believe there are very few things that you cannot actually change. I take that back. There are things that you can't change. I meant perception. Very embarrassing. My autocorrect is in French. Well, dude, if you should have said it was autocorrect. That makes it even more suspicious. I just thought it meant. I'm joking, Suzanne, and I hope you didn't feel compelled to get another super chat to clarify that. Thank you very much, Suzanne. And yeah, no, I think we all understood it. It was not about. It was not a typo for erection. It would be totally out of context, unless we were talking about buildings, the construction of downtown buildings, and the erection of new buildings. Is Johnny Depp's lawyer questioning? Yes. So this is now Curry, was the original expert for Johnny, testified fantastically, and people are simping. I don't simp. I actually irrelevant. Her demeanor is very good. She was a phenomenal witness in chief. Now she's coming back as a rebuttal witness because Amber has made her testimony, had her experts, Dr. Spiegel, or some people are saying Dr. Smeagol, who, setting aside physical appearance, was not convincing. And now Amber is coming back as a rebuttal
Dr.
witness.
Curry,
They've got her in chief. They're gonna cross. Who's this now?
Let's look back at
Okay, that's still Johnny Depp's attorney.
some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
And now they're using
And,
Dr. Curry as a
did you see
rebuttal
any
expert
problem with
witness,
the use of those?
and she's good.
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, first of all, they shouldn't
Thank
be
you, W.
used.
Green.
So
It is
we
tough
do
to
have
stay.
professional standards that require
It's
that
tough
we
to stay
utilize
positive sometimes.
instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Have a good day at work, Aboom. Be productive.
Would you have
Take pride in what
expected
you do.
Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all,
Get my cable up here.
Dr.
Okay.
Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Hurt was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard
She lost more
as
than that,
well
Laura.
that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually
Winston
be.
is here
So,
somewhere.
for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
Transparency. Did you say here transparency is at the center of science, good science in general? We agree, Dr. Curry.
Distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main
We got some
scale
good stuff to
elevation.
talk
We call
about
it
during a
positive
break as well.
impression
So
management
it
was
won't be all
elevated.
Depp all day.
And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations.
It's not
of
ironic.
scales
It's
that you
accurate.
can look
Just
at
need
to
more of
find
it.
out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes.
Malingering.
So what's interesting
This is
about Ms.
interesting.
Heard's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test
Yeah,
looks
American
like it's
Bulldog.
measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment which Dr. Hughes
I'm at work
administered,
too,
and
but people.
MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology.
And this
essentially
is
presenting
corroborated
herself as
by the
perfect
audio.
and free of any mental illness or
I
personality
didn't
disorder.
hit you, Johnny.
But on the trauma symptom inventory,
slapped
which
you.
Dr. Hughes
Minimizing.
administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale.
She's doing
for
that face again.
finding
It's
out
the
if a person
fake
is
calm.
exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale.
Oh, I like this.
And the
Go on, doctor.
TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating?
Mhm.
And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms.
Interesting. Interesting.
And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms.
Interesting.
Ms. Heard
Tricks.
scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that
She's
that
a
is
liar.
effectively ruled out. As
She's
a
a liar, is
possibility.
basically is what she's saying. She scored so high. It's like someone with borderline personality disorder trying to pretend they have PTSD
About
for the
Dr.
manipulation side of it.
Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5.
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard
Ooh.
and administered the CAPS-5.
Oh, really?
She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview.
Preparation.
And again, when we're doing
And
a forensic
confidence.
evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered
night
it
shift.
incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the
I haven't had breakfast yet,
examinee's
but I'll
responses
find
as
time to eat at
verbatim
some
as
point today.
possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period.
We missed
You
Kate
don't
Moss
create your own question
dealing with the
system.
important
That
things.
is non-standard
Canada,
administration of the
constitutional
test, and it
abuses
invalidates it.
from malicious prosecution.
All right. You also
Hyperbolic
mentioned
on purpose.
with
Okay.
respect to the PAI or the
Oi.
Personality Assessment Inventory,
Viva
that
Frei.
Dr. Hughes
Live
failed
free
to mention
shirt today.
some elements.
Oh, my battery's running.
What she failed to mention.
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention
Okay,
that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention
First liar
that,
reference of the day.
Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main
Devastating.
scores. she did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in
he's
fact,
dubbed
it's one of the
my
diagnostic
brother's
suggestions
Daniel.
given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Hurd's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
Okay, let's hear this.
So well, I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Hurd obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
You know what? Maybe we'll
How do you
back up to
disagree
Kate
with,
Moss
Dr. Hughes relative to
during a break.
Okay.
Actually, if
So
we can.
the profile was not normal. So Ms. Hurd already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type
Amber
is something that has
seething.
been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization.
Corn pop in the house.
A lot of denial about one's own personal faults. Intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial. Hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
I get that joke. That's a good one.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores.
Yeah. So I don't know what
What you
antisocial
haven't
personality
seen
this
that's
is
in Discovery
versus
is that
borderline
I
personality. but-
created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on
guarantee this is true.
particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at
This is
all
just so
sorts of different
clearly
scores that have
convincing.
been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results?
Oh, Elaine doesn't look
Dr.
happy.
Hughes to have misrepresented? For
Um,
instance,
Whatever.
the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely
absolutely
unusual items that are not consistent with
Also,
PTSD.
Elaine.
And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD. In
This
the
doctor
more
has to know the
subtle
internet loves her.
tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing. It's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98th percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are
Than
not
98%
consistent
of
with
the people.
PTSD than 98% of people who
Top
have ever
2%.
taken that
What did I
test.
just do here?
Does that relate to this concept you talked
My
about?
screen just got messed up.
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms. of a disorder.
Yeah, absolutely, Heather
I
Locklear.
think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk
Top
about.
2 percentile.
Self-reports.
If it were a
personal
good thing,
opinion
it would be a
as
good thing.
Facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use
Yeah.
precise language.
Her
and we say what we
testimony is
mean, and we
fantastic.
do not
Well
present
prepared.
opinions as facts, because when you
Clearly
are
delivered.
in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research,
So
and then
basically,
what my ultimate opinion is.
summarizing this,
integrating
she's
all of that
destroying
data.
Amber's
And
expert
it's very
testimony, saying they
important
didn't do a good
we
job. They
clarify
ignored certain
that to the
tests.
fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's
They
our
only did certain tests
responsibility,
after
that
she
we do
did them.
not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
Terry
What do
Firth,
you mean by self-report?
good observation.
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the
There's
word
no point
excessive
objecting
jealousy
now. They're
quite
just
a
going to
few
look
times,
terrible.
talked about Ms.
This
Heard
is
being
just-
in a highly dangerous situation. These
They'll
are
look
simply
defensive,
things that
even
we
more so than
cannot
normal.
detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person.
The good
We have to
ones
get
who
consent,
justify their opinions
and we can only
and allow for
describe
questioning.
an individual, not whether or not IPV has
No.
occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I
No.
do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers.
And she met with her in
let's
person,
see,
Dr. Spiegel.
all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
She'll have it now.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
Nightmares,
So
anxiety.
really the bottom line in a
Flashbacks.
forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members. extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound. They can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning.
I'd like to
And
hire
when
her
you're
to assess
looking
me.
for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Checkmate.
What about
Hello,
Dr.
Viva. I
Hughes'
finally caught you live from
suggestion
work.
that Mr. Waldman's
How wrong is your
statements
opinion of ownership
served as a
of
trigger
Hands Island?
for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Oh, finally, we have an objection. So the absence of objections is not a sign of giving up, or it's not a sign that, you know, they acknowledge that Dr. Curry's destroying their witnesses, which they don't have to acknowledge. We know it. It just means basically like this witness has not veered too far out of scope or beyond the scope. She's not testifying on hearsay of what other people said, as far as this judge has been applying that rule. And she's just in line, and thoroughly well delivered, well prepared expert testimony. Yeah, PTSD people throw the term around who was that journalist who said he has PTSD from testing a firearm? Who was the journalist? I know his last Tom Kuntz, PTSD. Wrote an article. It was back in the day. Yeah, it was Gersh Kunzman, a journalist who said he fired an AR-15 and then claimed that he suffered from a form of PTSD afterwards. That was way back in the day. My goodness, that is 6 years old already, that meme. Watch this guy completely humiliate reporter who claims PTSD after firing AR-15. So yeah, PTSD is thrown around a lot. People, suggest that they have it. It's a debilitating disorder. Not a disorder. It's a debilitating
Dr.
condition
Hughes
brought on by
suggested
trauma.
That perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it
Unlikely.
can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Cross-examination.
We have no further questions, Your Honor. Look at this stare down. Come, bring your questions on. Cross-examination.
Dr. Curry, I just want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've
15.
been licensed for 10 years.
10 years,
Okay.
good.
And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's
Yes,
legal team.
we
to
know
be
that.
here, correct?
Yes,
How much?
$1,000 an
charged
hour.
So far,
I actually don't know.
over 100,000,
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
over 200,000,
I don't know.
over 300,000.
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
It's possible. It's possible. And I'm worth
just
every
so
penny
that
of
we
it.
all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
When?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had
You mean-
dinner with Ms. at
you met
Mr.
with your
Depp's
team?
home.
You met with your legal
Mr.
team?
Waldman,
When?
Mr. Chu,
When,
Ms.
Elaine?
Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
And you had drinks as well.
Yeah.
correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A Moscow mule.
No, it
Okay,
can't,
thank
Techno.
you. We didn't have animals.
No, it
there as
can't.
well, right?
She's meeting with the legal
Okay,
team that
that's
she's
good to
preparing an
know.
expertise for.
And
It's
you
totally
talked about
normal.
Transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not
Okay.
one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house.
Elaine,
for
it's
3 to
her
4 hours
team.
with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu.
See,
and
I
Mr.
don't like her
Depp. Is that
answer.
correct?
Of course I
Ms.
had.
Roloff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your
I
reports,
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
I know. There you go.
But
Checkmate,
it's
Elaine.
true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position.
Well, that's
correct?
not true.
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right.
Ooh, that's a good
you
answer.
Talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of
Yeah,
assessing Ms.
yeah,
Heard and
Elaine,
deciding
it's called
whether
gathering
she was
information.
suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
This
He
is
was
this proves
present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours.
this proves
Are
nothing.
you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
Thank you
I
very
don't
much, Lizzie.
recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations.
Okay.
because we've
Maybe you
promised
shouldn't have
to
wasted so much time with Dr.
So
Spiegel.
I really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further,
Sure.
okay? Thank you very much. Now, after you had the dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that
And you
was
didn't
on the
understand it
designation,
then.
Was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
This is legit.
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right,
You had dinner with the team that you were going to work with?
Not up here anymore.
Shocking. Elaine, this doesn't establish a prior
You're on
existing
FOIA,
relationship.
All right.
It seems, wow, they are the copyright trolls on anything related to Johnny Depp is quite interesting. The amount of copyright people claiming copyright on live coverage commentary of this trial. I don't know what that is. Let me just get this here. Curry, are we frozen? No, we're not. Okay, jeez. Dr. Curry could have responded to that question a little better, but she's not a very adversarial type. You had dinner with him for 3 to 4 hours? Yeah, it's called meeting with the team that I'm going to work with to see if I want to take the file. I'm not just like for hire nonsense. Like he hires me and I have no say in this. I want to meet with them, see what I'm getting involved with. Yeah, I got to go contest another one as well. There's an interesting phenomenon going on with the Johnny Depp trial. She's exacerbated with Elaine, things she's answered before.
You recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the
A
question
grief
I
on
just
hope.
showed you on page 207, line 5. Have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been
Thanks
asked
for
to
allowing her
testify
to
whether anyone has
clarify, Elaine.
behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they
Conduct.
may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases, it's difficult to remember specifically.
All right, and have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
Yeah, well, that's about to change. She's going to add one to her
Domestic-
resume.
Abuse or violence?
yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Add one to the list. She now gets to say that she's testified as an expert in BPD. I mean, but and the thing about what's juvenile about this line of questioning is every expert testifies for the first time at some point in their career. Their testimony is not invalid because it's their first time on any given issue.
Line 16 of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Okay, I
Now,
forgot.
You would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality
Oh
disorder.
yeah,
Yes?
I'd agree.
Yes,
Okay, and you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SKID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment?
She just answered it, Elaine. You want to
Accurate
let her say it again?
Diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs'
this is interesting.
notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No,
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
yes,
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
She's going to have a good answer for this, I think.
yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
There's going to be a good
or
answer for this.
histrionic personality disorder?
No, I
I
didn't see
saw
it.
the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not.
He's there to
diagnose.
treat her,
He said
to give her
specifically
therapy.
in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And
Oof.
you also have seen
Elaine.
Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist.
Read the full-
Her deposition, correct?
Yes,
And
and
did
Sorry.
Dr.
not her
Anderson-
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
All right. Did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse?
25. Who
I
cares,
know
Elaine?
it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes,
Oh,
she is.
she's
All right,
board
and
certified.
She spent 29 hours. of
So is
examination
Spiegel.
With Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
yes,
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard, no, I'm not even gonna say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a
Ah!
structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not. a
No
psychological
settlements, no
assessment. We
settlement can be
can't
had.
assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay.
No, this is it's a private attorney. They're not
Now,
cheap, Elaine
Dr.
Steen.
Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet. Your
You're
Honor.
referring to something.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes.
Oh,
I was gonna ask
Elaine
her
sees a
the
window
question.
to get a question
You
in.
talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess
If.
that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section of
Mhm.
that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test,
Yeah.
correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic
Oh,
psychology.
look
correct?
Yes.
who's talking about
And
ethics
the
now.
two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of
Why?
Conduct,
Why is
right?
Elaine bringing this up?
and the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology.
Why is
correct?
she bringing
Yes.
this up again?
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
yes.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear what you think the
Now,
conflict of interest is,
In
Elaine.
addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp.
That's not a
Mr.
conflict.
Walter, Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez. You
Vasquez.
also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I
Very
also
little.
clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No,
Okay.
Why?
Now,
Where's the conflict, Elaine?
you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior and involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Yeah, she's trying to say it. She's trying to suggest it is. Why would it be a conflict? Why would it be a conflict
At page
of
2710?
interest to meet with the team that's mandating you? Why? Is it a conflict of interest to meet with the patient you're assessing?
2710, lines 12 through 18.
I cannot see why it would be a conflict of interest to meet with the team that is mandating or that
approach.
All right. All right.
now, unless Elaine is saying that this was an independent court appointed who should have been meeting only with both parties or with none of the parties. Did she meet with Elaine? I want to know if she met with Elaine. Cannot presume intentions, but look, I know it's Velasquez, like Cain Velasquez. What's he still in jail? She's trying. Yeah, of course. No, she's trying to show bias towards Depp, but why would meeting with the team to determine the scope of the mandate establish bias? I mean, I unless I'm mistaken, it was known. They knew who was paying her. The other team wasn't paying her. They know that. Spitballing. There's spitballing, and then there's just Velasquez. Muffins aren't board certified, are they, Dr. Curry? You're not board certified. This is like what you think being board certified is like the be all and end all of credibility of a witness, of an expert.
Okay.
But you're not board certified.
Also have, okay. Yep. So Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes,
Correct?
I
Okay.
still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes,
Right? Okay.
of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr.
Absolutely.
Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the
Sure.
objection? I'm
What
sorry.
I
Oh,
felt-
hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on first? Okay.
So here's the only thing that I'm thinking. Viva aren't experts allowed who are paid. Yes. And she was a court appointed expert from what I understand, but I don't think she was appointed for and on behalf of the court, but rather ordered by the court to conduct an assessment, an evaluation of Amber Heard. And I presume everybody knew that Johnny Depp is the Depp team is paying them because it's their expert, even if the court authorized it. So this dinner, I mean, it's so idiotic. I mean, if they're meeting with Amber, it's only a question of whether or not it's supposed to be an independent court expert paid by both parties, or a court-ordered expert for the benefit of one of the parties, for the party.
Opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome to the channel,
And you
Spawny
have
Dauber.
not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
That's all you got, all right. a 4-hour dinner with the party that's mandating her. That's great. And you want to go with that for an ethics? How about what Spiegel did? But thanks for
You were
reminding the
asked
jury
about
of the code of ethics again.
Skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. If we break, now the question is, do I go to the car and do a vlog on an article, or do I just review the article
Let's
now?
go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Okay, while they do the dramatic pan to the sick Semper Tyrannis, Virginia. Judge looks very concerned. What just happened? She stares. The judge looks at the jury leaving the room, assessing each and every one. There's a commotion in the courtroom. No, there's not a commotion. It's just the jury leaving. People come in from the bathroom break, not realizing they have missed all of the action, and it is broken again for morning break. Elaine looks over at the judge, looks back at the jury, back at the judge,
All right.
and cannot wait for this
Just
trial to
planning
be over.
purposes,
The judge
Sammy asked
gets into
Mr.
scheduling.
Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so. Okay, just to let you know. They need to work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay?
Recess.
Thank you.
Who remembers the term recess from elementary school? It was the most happiest time of the day. Recess. Oh my God, political foolishness. I swear to you, I did not see your sick Semper Tyrannis is back in the foreground. Remove. I swear to you, political foolishness. Oh yeah, get these off. I did not see your comment. Recess. And then when recess was over, saddest moment of the day. Okay. We used to play football, Nerf football during recess. Let's see what we got here. Being retired and disabled is a horrible thing. Trials like this will put me in my grave sooner. LMFAO. I know what that means now. Gary Graham. Trials like this will keep you sharp, in tune with what's going on in the world, and I think it's a good thing to follow. It's if you only inundate yourself with bad news or the really bad stuff, that will be worse for retirement than anything else. I do not remember cookies, orange juice, and a nap. Now, we're on break for 15 minutes. I will not be going live all day today. Early dismissal, so I could only have a maximum of 3.5 hours left to go live anyhow. This morning, people who are just tuning in, Tamara Lich, judgment was read, and she's not going back to jail. The terms of her bail have been ratified of sorts. The new judge who heard all of this de novo, heard the Crown, said, I'm thoroughly unconvinced by the Crown that she breached her bail conditions and I'm not sending her back to jail. But said, look, I believe that, reasonable social media restriction is justified. It'll keep people from getting whipped into a silo frenzy on social media, which goes to show you what the judge perceives social media to be. I don't perceive it to be a silo that whips people up into a frenzy. I perceive it to be a source where they interact and discover ideas, but to each their own. And said that the geographic limitations of preventing Tamara Lich from going to Ottawa are no longer justified given the current state, in that there's no risk of a convoy reappearing, but that she should not be allowed to gallivant around the area where she allegedly potentially caused trauma to citizens. So she's not allowed going to the downtown core, but she can go to Ottawa for court hearings and to, stay out of the downtown core, take her kid to university and whatnot. Now, what I do want to do, is I want to see if I can go back and find Kate Moss's testimony, because apparently it was quick Oh, was this it?
For the record.
I haven't seen Kate Moss in a long time. Let's go watch Kate Moss's testimony, since everybody who's watching here did not see it because we were listening to me live mouth tweet the Tamara Lich judgment. This cable. Let's go see what Kate Moss has to say. And don't expect any of the juvenile simping or comments on one's physical appearance. Don't expect it, but let's just go back and see what they had to say.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben
That's
Chu
a
from the firm
Professor
of Brown Rudnick.
Professor Frick joke.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss,
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
She's British?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
London, England.
Gloucestershire, England.
Okay, close enough.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How
She
do you know
smiles.
Mr. Depp?
She looks happy there.
I had a relationship with him.
Ooh.
Did there come a time?
Oh, look
when
at jealous
you and
Amber.
Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh.
For how long, Ms.
She just blinked
Moss,
twice.
Were you and Mr.
3 times.
Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
And it was the best 5 years of my life.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
Ooh, this is interesting.
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did. And there had been a rainstorm. And as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was in because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
She's 48 years old, if that
Did
matters.
Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
Are you crazy?
No,
What kind of
During the
bloody
course
question
of
is
your
that?
relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
Okay, dude, thanks.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very
Oh.
much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was it. And no cross questions. Why? Because they know that Amber's a liar. I said this. I'm not. No, I didn't say this. I don't want to pretend to think I'm smarter than I am.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
All right, so let me go back to that. Okay,
Just give us a moment.
yeah, let's just go all the way here. Sic semper tyrannis. You shall look at it for the entire 15 minutes of the break. You shall think about what it means. To tyrants come bad things. The motto of Virginia. I have to go look up the history as to why that would have been the motto of Virginia. Let me take these back out now. All right. So that rage blinking, that was the testimony that was heard around. My goodness, a lot of these testimonies that you'd think were going to be the most earth-shattering, internet-breaking testimonies are lame. That was lame. Let me see here. I saw rage in Amber, or jealousy, but that might be pure projection, me seeing what I want to see because, she got dressed up for that performance. I did see jealousy, but I might just be seeing it because I want to see it because I think it's there. But it might also just be there. So that's to answer to the story of that incident. I think that's the incident where was that the stair incident where Amber had to get in the way of somebody to protect them? Let's take it to the chat. Just JC says, I'm biased. Maybe the entire chat is biased, but not just JC. Did the chat see seething rage in Amber's eyes when Kate Moss was testifying about their having had a 5-year relationship? Yes or no? And we'll see. Maybe everyone is biased except for the people who accuse other people of bias without potentially checking their own bias. We've seen it too. And daggers. See what so we got yes, we've got no, we've got yes, 1, yes. Not biased. Amber was jealous. Yes, yes, yes. So it's interesting. Maybe we are no, just jealousy. Okay, that's what we're saying, Paulie. So we all agree. My goodness, what's going on in that avatar? It's a very colorful avatar. I love how Viva drags the time bar all the way to way right to get back to live instead of just clicking the word live next to the volume button. What are you talking about, Fezador? I'll look for that later. All right. What time is it? They said they're coming back at 10:50. Let's just read. Let's read one article. Maybe I'll do a separate video on this afterwards. Maybe I'll do a video on this afterwards. I'm gonna remove the screen and go to share. You've got to see this. We'll go to share screen. Pat King. Okay. No, this is not on incognito mode, so I don't want to accidentally come along any tweets, messages. Okay, here I believe. Let's see. Are we in? Oh, it's actually. I don't think we're in incognito here. Okay, I think we're in incognito. Let's just go. You've got to see a story that Reuters ran. Fact check. The World Economic Forum does not have a police force. I'm just going to cut that. I'm going to go to Google. Reuters. Fact check. WEF police. Listen to this. Here we go, people. Are we seeing the same thing here? Let me just bring this up. We are. Fact check. This is from May 24th, yesterday. Fact check. The World Economic Forum does not have a police force. Okay. Interesting. Social media users have falsely claimed that the World Economic Forum, WEF, has its own police force after police officers in Davos, Switzerland, were spotted wearing badges with the WEF logo during the organization's annual meeting. I'm going to save the punchline for you. The claim is that it's been falsely claimed that the WEF has its own police force after police in Davos, Switzerland, were spotted wearing badges with the WEF logo during the organization's annual meeting. Thousands of people have shared this across Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, here, and here, alongside a photo of a Swiss police officer and a close-up of his left sleeve where there are 2 badges. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, an individual whom they want to discredit thoroughly. By the way, that's not a World Economic Forum badge, by the way. Let's just remember the logo. Remember the WEF logo? This is not the WEF logo, Reuters. This is the World Economic Forum police badge. It's not the World Economic Forum logo. It's a little, just a tad more than that. And then we've got the WEF detainee Posobiec getting pulled over. One has an orange insignia and the wording World Economic Forum, Police, and 2022. That's a little bit more than the first paragraph, which said it was the WEF logo. You liars. But that's assuming anyone even got past the first paragraph, which I suspect 90% of the people who read Reuters thinking it fact-checked accurately did not do. This should freak everyone out, said one Facebook user on May 24. A private organization, the WEF, has its own police force. This organization is not a government, but they sure act like it. Where is their authority recognized? What authority do they have? End quote. The World Economic Forum is holding its annual Davos meeting between May 22nd and May 24th, where this year many of its attendees are worried about the current threats to the global economy. Oh yeah, they're so worried about it. Hold on, I gotta see what. Oh my God, they're worried. They're worried for us people. Let's just get back to the punchline. Reuters fact check has previously addressed misinformation related to the WEF. Not checking it because you guys are liars. On May 24, police in the Graubünden canton, where Davos is located, the police told Reuters that the WEF police badge. Oh, I'm sorry. You called it a WEF logo in the first paragraph. Now it's a WEF police badge. But don't worry, I'm sure they're going to have a good explanation as to why they have a WEF police badge. It's an additional one, redesigned every year by the region's own emergency services. They were told by the police that the WEF police badge, which they're now recognizing is a WEF police badge, and not the WEF logo as dishonestly stipulated in the first paragraph of this fact check. It's redesigned every year by the region's own emergency services. Oh, okay. This serves. Oh my God! But they're telling you it's not true. This serves the team spirit for use around the annual meeting. End quote. The spokesperson said, adding, quote, the WEF organization does not have a police force. Who are you going to trust? Me or your own lying eyes? Moreover, the close-up of the picture of the officer sleeve shows a second badge representing the Brandenburg Security Service. Okay. So the WEF contracted for its police force from an existing security service. That is not only mutually exclusive. That is not only not mutually exclusive. That's entirely logical. I mean, the fact that they subcontract out security forces does not mean that the WEF, which has its own police badge, therefore does not have its own police force because they subcontract their own police force from an existing security force. You're confirming the fact, you pathological liars. Badges marking the WEF annual meeting in previous years can also be seen Badges marking the WEF annual meeting in previous years can also be seen. Oh, okay, so that's a link. Let's just see them. Oh, I'm sorry. If I go look at these, I don't see WE. Oh, are we seeing the same thing? Yeah, we are. I don't see WEF anywhere here. I see Kantonspolizei, and I don't see any WEF police on this badge. I don't know if this badge was worn with another one. Show us the previous years. Show us the previous years if ever there was also a WEF police standalone badge. Verdict, false. Can you imagine this? This is a fact check coming from Reuters. They've laid out all of the evidence to support the claim, and they come to the end of the paragraph as they did in the beginning, because when anyone reads this crap, first paragraph, last paragraph, skip over the body. They've laid out the evidence that the WEF police badge is not just the WEF logo, as they dishonestly asserted in the first paragraph, that it says World Economic Forum Police, that they're wearing that they've confirmed that they're wearing it, that it seems that they've subcontracted as their own WEF police, the Brandenburg police or whatever security. They've confirmed all of this, and they get to the verdict, false. The WEF does not have a police force. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And it may be subcontracted, but it has its own police force. They have their own damn badge that says World Economic Forum Police. The police badges with the WEF logo lie, Reuters, are used by local officers in Graubünden to mark the organization's annual conference. This article was produced by the Reuters fact-check team. Read more about our fact-checking work here. Liars, liars, liars. Bold-faced, pathological liars. And don't believe me. I believe your article. World Economic Forum Police. Oh my God. It's atrocious. It's shocking. It's in your face. They are literally saying, sure, you're seeing people wearing badges that say World Economic Forum Police that are subcontracted or whatever, hired through another security, but they're not World Economic Forum police, you dumb bum. I mean, you'd have to be stupid to read the words on their badge and think the words said what you think they say based on the ordinary meanings of words and definitions. You'd have to be foolish. And even if you got here, it's just the WEF logo. First of all, I'm not sure if that like satanic looking creature is the WEF logo, but I don't really see the WEF logo here. I see the World Economic Forum police badge. Liars. Pathological liars. End of article review now. That is gaslighting at its absolute finest. Just, I know you think you see what you're seeing, but it doesn't say what you say it says. It doesn't say what it says it says. It says what we tell you it says, which is actually not what it says. It's just the logo with police on their own badge. And the previous year's examples actually show that it doesn't say World Economic Forum police. I think we should all call out Reuters for lying. Maybe are we still, do I still have the screen up in the back? Okay, I do. They said they were coming back at 10:50. I have got to I've got to break for my morning release of my morning pee. I have to pee. Okay, that sounded even grosser than it should have been. All right, we're back. They have some sidebar issue. Let's just pull this back up. Okay. How many people are heading to that sidebar right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Average hourly rate, let's just say $1,000 an hour. That is $6,000 an hour right now that you're looking at. And that's just legal fees. That's not court costs. I once had a judge not warn me, but what's the word I'm looking for? Make me aware of the fact that, setting aside legal fees, like extrajudicial costs, court costs. This was like maybe 8 years ago. Court costs are like $10,000 a day. The judge gets paid, the clerks get paid. You got to pay for that infrastructure. 6 weeks of a trial, and I'm just going to average 6 weeks of a trial. Where's my calculator? 6 weeks of a trial. And by the way, for everybody who's interested, typically a day of trial is a day of prep. 6 weeks of trial is 6 weeks of prep, and probably more, because a 6 weeks trial is a lot tougher to strategize, to organize, to orchestrate than a 1 week trial. 1 week trial, you have a half dozen witnesses, and it doesn't, a week prep for a week trial. 6 week trial, sometimes more than 6 weeks to prepare. You got to summon your witnesses, prepare all of your depositions, all of your line of questioning for all of the witnesses. Impossible to conceive of what goes into a 6 week trial. Okay, I don't know what that is. So let's just say a 6 week trial. That'll be, and it was 4 days a week. So let's just say 4 days a week times 6 is okay. We got the 6, 24. Okay, so we got 24, 48. Let's just say 50 days of prep. 50 days. How do I even do this? 50 days of prep. You're going to have 3 lawyers a day on prep, 10 hours a day, $1,000 an hour, 10,000 per lawyer. I might be way off on this. $10,000 a lawyer times 3, $30,000 a day times, let's just say 50. Oh, come on. 30,000 times 50, $1.5 million. I think I'm actually under. I think I'm under what this trial is costing Johnny. So they have a sidebar. Let's just see Elaine. Just pay attention to Elaine. Pay attention to Elaine. She ganders over at Team Depp. She wishes she were on Team Depp. She's moving her shoulders nervously. She realizes this trial has not gone the way she thought. That in listening to Dr. Curry, she now sees many of the traits that she sees in her own client. She wonders why 2.1 million? Viva needs a producer to help. There's no question about this. I need a producer to cut some of these clips and then put them on the second Viva Clips channel. Johnny spent 50% on legal fees. And oh, by the way, that's legal fees. That's not experts. That doesn't include the experts that they have to pay. I mean, this has got to be a $5 million. I have no idea. 5 million. All right. Professional analysis of Elaine. Thanks for she's deflated. Again, someone's just going to accuse me of projecting. There's no way anyone on Team Amber can think the trial went well for her. No way. You could see Elaine. She can't get a question out. She can't get a question out without being leading, where they say, objection. What was the word that they used? Well, there was hearsay. But Elaine couldn't get a question out because her witnesses were so bad that they couldn't elect the information that they're supposed to as witnesses. And I'm thinking Amber Heard in particular. You look at the confidence in Team Johnny and look at the deflated nervousness in Team Elaine. Definitely not $100 million. No way. The salad bar. Johnny Depp thinking, my goodness, if I'm going to lose $65 million or 650, I don't even know which one it is. I'd rather lose it this way and at least get something of entertainment out of it than just have people steal from me. Steal from me. What movie was that from? People are stealing from me. True Romance. The producer of the movie says, how much did that movie cost? Oh, I don't know. People are stealing from me. Why is Viva distracting us with this irrelevant gossip trial? Well, you're late to the show then because you didn't watch this morning, nor did you watch during the break. Why are you distracting us with distracting comments that are not founded in fact and reality? Who said Depp looks nuttier than Amber? Depp looks like he's playing a role of the coolest dude on earth. Oh, you think, okay, someone says he was parroting Dr. Evil. So that was not a 100. Okay, fine, I get it now. I'm an idiot. Nobody tips off Jack Sparrow. So what's the judge now doing here? Let's just see what we can do in terms of lip reading. I don't want to do it. I would have a dirtier sense of humor than I'm allowed to have on the interwebs. I was distracting the chat with Kate Moss alerts. Not to mention, no one is making anyone be here. Agreed, Robin. Oh, man. But no, the funny, it's like distraction. Everything's a distraction from that which one person has a specific interest in. Love is the answer. I love you, Viva. Your retorts are gold. Gold, I tells you. The judge is not Rachel Maddow. I'm not making those types of jokes. Everyone's, commenting on a demeanor like Dr. Spiegel, who's up there on the stand where he gets asked a question that he can't answer. He's like there, you're not making fun of what someone looks like. They can't change what they look like. You're making fun of how they respond, which is demeanor. Amber Heard, she's beautiful, fine, from a purely superficial physiological perspective, or from a purely subjective perspective. But that face, that is, I'm trying to look cool. I'm trying to look like this is not fazing me. But if I don't open my mouth, I'm going to clench my teeth and give myself TMJ. The hows. No one, but something is making us be here. Who could miss a morning wake-up coffee with Viva Frei? Love, we love you, Viva. Thank you very much. The hows. I like your avatar. I don't want to embarrass myself. I think the flag on the right is a Western or Prairie Province flag. But I am going to embarrass myself. Flags cannot do. I don't find this. Where's Sue Slim? I hope I didn't give the person too hard a time. I don't find this boring. I find this entertaining. I find it interesting. Some of it's boring, like 8 hours a day to listen to boring testimony that doesn't do anything. Amber Heard's examination and cross-examination was interesting. The expert Dr. Brown meltdown was as interesting as law is ever going to get. If you did not find that interesting, do not become a lawyer And if you become a lawyer thinking it's always like that, do not become a lawyer. More often than not, it's like yesterday, boring. And the best thing is there's time in the day to talk about other stuff. So we have addressed the WEF stuff. What else do I have on my Twitter feed? There's more stuff on my Twitter feed that I'm going to address. We've addressed the Reuters being pathological, gaslighting liars. Yeah. If the badge says World Economic Forum police, but they don't have their own, then by the way, that's fraudulent misrepresentation. Okay? Reuters, if you're right, it's fraudulent misrepresentation by the WEF, and some might even say potentially illegal to impersonate a police officer. If they don't have their private police force, to have a badge that says World Economic Forum police is impersonating a police officer. I think that's a crime in pretty much every jurisdiction. Ooh, did I just think of the checkmate for Reuters and the WEF? This is a long sidebar. The judge looks like she's addressing Team Depp. No, now she's addressing Team Rottenborn. And also, in as much as it's tempting to make fun of someone's name, but why am I don't mean to take these, you have your discussions. I'm not trying to, WEF police can detain people. Well, no, Matt Deckard, because they're not police. Don't be fooled by that badge that says World Economic Forum police. They're actually another security force. You have to look at the other badge and ignore the one that says WEF police. As if, it's like, yeah, I don't have security. I don't have my own police force. That's not mine. I mean, I hired them for a party, but they're subcontractors. Well, for that evening, they are my security. So I don't care if the WEF subcontracted this police force. For this event, it's effectively a WEF police force. So much so, they have their own official badge. There is some bad news that I can't even make fun or light, and I just can't discuss it. But, Tamara Lich, if you have to find something of a silver lining in it, but you also have to, you can laugh so long as you know what the ultimate objective is, and that is to, none of this should ever happen again. But there should be political repercussions for everything that has been done to Canada in the last 2.5 years. And if there's not, be careful who you vote for. Be careful who you date. If you enter into the relationship voluntarily, yeah. Hellfire Kitchen by Rob Hellfire says, yes. That looks like a Tim Burton avatar. Yep. I ain't that good. Tamara is free, but her rights are still being infringed upon. No question. But all rights of all people released on bail terms are infringed. It's just that under the law, the infringement has to be as minimal as necessary to accomplish it, to achieve its goal, and no broader than necessary, because you are limiting the rights and freedoms of an otherwise legally innocent person because they have not been found guilty in a court of law yet, only charged. Vive la France. Yeah, there was once, I think someone came to Quebec and said, Vive le Quebec libre. At Viva Frei, will you be covering James Topp arriving in Ottawa? Yes. I just don't know if I'm going to be in Ottawa when it happens. Oh, maybe I should actually see where he is now. Maybe he wants to pop on and say hi. See if I can get James Topp on. Can you pop on during lunch for an update? Question mark. See if we can do that. Oh, yeah. This is alongside of my goodness. Want to know what they're talking about? Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, we'll see if we can get it. Oh, we got a response. Maybe 12:45 question mark. What time is it now? It's 11:10. Yeah, 12. Oh, hold on. What time was that? Eastern. See if we can do this. I think we can get it. I think we can make it happen. Yeah, let's see where he was supposed to be on. He's been on twice. Once for the long interview, once for an update. Supposed to be on a couple weeks ago, but It didn't work out, and sometimes things just don't work out because scheduling is just too impossible. Very recently started watching you, Viva Frei, and just got to say your viewpoints make this interesting. Thank you very much. Most people don't know that I actually have relatively extensive litigation experience, 13 years, all of which was not an unhappy relationship. It just was not the relationship that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. Vivant, c'est le Général de Gaulle who said, Général de Gaulle says, who said, Vive le Québec libre. I remember, I don't think I was alive at the time. I wasn't conscious if I was alive. It was exquisitely controversial because it was France basically coming to Quebec to interfere with Canadian Quebec politics to encourage, incite, motivate Quebec to separate from the rest of Canada. Viva is a heavily financed co-opter. I'm curious what that means, Sue Slim. Viva is awesome. Thumbs up for fine Canadian brother. Mike Harrington, I like your avatar. Okay, let's see who's in the chat today. It is time for the golf voice. This gentleman wearing the blue tie. He looks like he might have to go to the bathroom. It's not clear. It's not clear. He's thinking, why did I not go to the bathroom when I had the break before? Now the camera, who has taken an interest in him. Whoa, you're allowed in with cameras like that? Okay. The crowd, exceedingly seeming to be women, at least on this half of the crowd. One wonders if they are Johnny Depp fans or Amber Heard supporters. We cannot know without seeing their shirts and whether or not they have any Team Johnny shirts or Team Amber shirts. Or if they are wearing the hashtag Amber Turd shirts, which would be a clear indication that they are not there to support Amber Heard. We pan to the left. Seems to be disproportionately women again. I'm going to have to freeze frame and do a count. Oh, we've seen this guy, the guy with the blue shades, the blue blockers, has been in there from the beginning. Okay, we got DUI guy on the far left in the gray suit. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right? All right, we ready for the jury?
Now the jury's coming in. Viva, I just published multiple links to CERN on locals for you and Robinson. I mean, I know what CERN is. That's the electron thing where they spin the atoms around, the atom particle accelerator. Okay, I'm going to have to go see what it is. Let's see what we got here in the chat. Too early for cocktails. Blue tie guy has an eye on... let's see here. Monsanto had its own police force, remember? Oh, the collider. That's what it is. It's the neutron collider thingy thing, where people were saying, "Don't worry, there's a small chance it creates a very small black hole. It won't be enough to swallow up the universe." Now, I want to see what co-opter meant. I'm curious. Yeah, some chat. I am not bringing up the simp chats.
Ready for the next witness? Or do you want
Okay, who's the next witness?
Mr. Depp.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? What? Well, we just got... I can't go to the bathroom now. What in the name of high school football? We're calling Johnny Depp back up. Bear in mind, people, he's already testified in chief and been cross-examined in chief. This is rebuttal witness testimony. So
just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
still under oath. How? Oh, because when did they swear him in? This is to rebut evidence that Amber adduced in her evidence. Because there's two claims here. Johnny's claim
Mr.
and
Depp?
Amber's
Good
claim.
morning.
Oh, he's got the voice. Oh, I'm so
We
glad. I
heard
didn't...
a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes, he
Yes.
is.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
Let's look at the tie selection. Look at the
And
beautiful...
This is already in evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish. If we could scroll down to the second page.
Why can't we just admit
Mr.
that they
Depp,
have
do you
their own
see the
police
statement
force?
here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Adam Waldman, Depp's
Yes,
lawyer,
I do.
said afterwards, Amber Heard
When's
and her
the
friends.
first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
All right, so bear in mind what's happening here, people. Okay, let me think. She says, when's the first time you saw this statement? Amber's claim for defamation, which survived a motion to strike, which was presented Monday morning. I don't know what day it is anymore. Johnny Depp's team, after Amber's evidence closed, made a motion to strike her counterclaim, saying there's not even enough to present to a jury that would allow any reasonable jury to come to a conclusion of guilt based on the evidence adduced as a matter of law, which is why the judge, you can dismiss it now. Judge said, no, I don't want to make that decision. Put it to the jury. Because one of the questions is a question of agency, vicarious liability. The judge is not saying Waldman's statements are not defamatory. That's going to be up to the jury to decide. Johnny's defense is that Waldman, when he made these statements, was not my agent. He was not my employee. He was not acting for me in his capacity as lawyer. And therefore, even if the statements are defamatory, they can't be attributed to me because he's not my employee. I do not have vicarious liability for the allegedly defamatory statements made by Waldman because I don't have that link with him, that agency link, that employment link, whatever. The judge basically said, look, the question of agency we're going to leave it to a jury. The question of defamation, I'm going to leave it to a jury, so not striking it now. But now Johnny is going to try to prove that he did not authorize or order or instruct Waldman to make that
Depp,
statement.
when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
Here we go. When it was published.
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was the
published. Get to it, Johnny. Come on.
When August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Now, by the way, first time I saw it, if I'm cross-examining, is not the first time I became aware of it.
This is also already in evidence.
Might have only seen it when it was published, but he
scroll
might have
down
said
to
he's
the
going to make the
second page.
statements.
Or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
Let's see the statement.
And
Quite simply,
when is
this
the
was an
first time that
ambush,
you saw
a hoax.
these statements?
The officer came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and
Same,
left after seeing.
when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence.
Just if anybody's paying attention to
If we could scroll down, please. Thank you.
language. When was the first time you saw the
Mr. Depp, do you
statement?
see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or where they ended up. Or
If he might have known where they came from, but didn't know where they ended up.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that?
It's not exactly true.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires.
Sell it, Johnny.
2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition.
What's the
meaning,
word when they don't answer the question? Non-responsive.
It's basically after our
It's coming.
2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and
Puffy Joe, this is exactly my impression as well. I don't think he likes being looked at by this many people.
Expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
So Puffy Joe, I get the impression I have been, look, again, it might be bias or it might just be because of what we've seen him do. He does not like being looked at by the jury. Like, because right now, if one were to attribute this type of demeanor to guilt or knowing he's done something wrong, it wouldn't be manifesting itself right now at this point after his main testimony. Certainly not on this subject. He just looks like he doesn't like being gazed at in real life by this many people in real time in the flesh. So they're objecting to why it's either going to be hearsay because it's going to be why Amber had a problem going to Australia. Now let's see here. Got an interesting tweet message. I tell you, I thought I found him a little pretentious in his early part of the testimony, but that's again maybe because I didn't know what his demeanor is actually like. But she knows what the objection's about. Did she just listen to something in her earbud? Oh no, she was listening to Elaine. Oh boy. I still don't get the joke of Australia not existing. Three-piece suit. Very nice. Perfectly done up tie. That looks like a full Windsor. Johnny, can you hear me? If you can hear me, blink twice. One. Damn it. Twice. There we go. Okay, his team is watching. Let me see this. Viva, there are no extra costs associated with most trials paid in civil trials in Virginia or
I
elsewhere.
apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And that was of concern to her. And because it was of concern to Warner Brothers.
Why?
So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi for a few years, I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't understand. He made the
I
phone
don't
call.
believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who
Okay.
he spoke to.
All right.
Okay.
Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein.
I can see how people
I
find this hard to listen to.
told them
I can
that-
appreciate.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I can
All right,
appreciate.
understand the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully, I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Oh, they don't want him
Mr. Depp, do you
testifying that
recall
he
Ms.
got
Heard
her the job
testifying
on
that
Aquaman.
She saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many
also
times?
remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Lots.
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe
6.
in my lifetime,
Oh.
MDMA, 6, 7.
Okay, I want to see the cross on this.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Dude, you don't do more than one tablet or whatever it is.
Not enough to
Have an effect.
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to
Get
properly
uninhibited.
experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
Are you crazy?
No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because that would kill you.
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to pee in my pants. Because I think
Probably
one
really
would
quickly.
die, and therefore I would not do that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence?
Have you ever snorted as much cocaine as Tony Montana in the end of Scarface? No. Why not? Because you'd be dead.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
It's my
That's
blood on the floor.
That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
God.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If you assume that Johnny Depp is telling the truth, this has got to be purifying for his soul.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So
Which finger are you using, Johnny? You should, for effect, use
This
the damaged
share.
finger.
that one here was over here.
No, nobody. Okay.
And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So
This image is only
I'm
to show where the
sitting
broken
here.
bottle is. And I guess they're going to get to the blood drops on the floor because this is when he got his finger crushed, smashed, severed off by the
It's
thrown
over here.
vodka bottle.
Back here.
Approximately how far away from Miss Heard, from you was Miss Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
Yeah.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning.
But
kind of just leaning back and.
Thank you.
And
But I tell you something. He's
looking at
reliving
Miss
it.
Heard, she just walked away with the second bottle.
But he's finally getting to
Well,
tell
I
it
mean,
to
she
the
walked
world.
this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible.
I have
Can
no
you
idea what
circle where
MDMA.
the
floor.
first-
No idea what MDMA does.
Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah.
Like, I think this is
Oh, that is
vindication
the,
for him, and also it's like
exploded first bottle.
it lets
That-
the demons
that
out
went past
finally.
that went past my head. And the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
Who took these pictures?
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
That's my blood.
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks
I'm not doing any.
sullied,
I'm not
soiled
doing any of this stuff, people.
blood. I don't know, and I see glass in the.
I want this
corner,
out of here. Okay,
blood
get out of here.
obviously on the
I do not condone any of
floor.
this behavior.
and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
Yeah, it fell off my hand.
Mm,
Oh God, the finger.
I
Remind me about
best guess
cutting my finger.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Sustained.
I'm
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
Yeah,
I'm
it fell out of
I
my
know how the
body.
blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No.
Who? I mean, it would be, if it's a rented place, they would be easily able to determine if there was an actual phone on that wall.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
It depends what it is. If it's a picture of the finger, we don't want to see it, but you have to show it to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
Okay, fine, that's on it.
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper.
And
just reading through.
Stop it, Mystic. That makes my legs hurt.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it. and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so.
Oh, God.
And that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in
Hour?
the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
It's a fair question, Vicky.
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just to sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
Hey, I would not
How
say no
long
to
after
Rogan.
sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
2 hours.
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Applied pressure.
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
This rule of hearsay makes no sense. What did you tell Dr. Kipper? It's a statement made out of court, and it's a statement that can never but be made out of court because it was made out of court, and I made it. This is where I lose it with my understanding of the hearsay rule in Virginia as being applied by this judge. What did you witness with your own mouth say to somebody else? Hearsay? No, not in any realm of the world. But I say, but if you want the I don't understand how it's hearsay. How it can even be hearsay. How about just ask him? How'd you lose your fingertip? She cut it off. Okay, what did you tell the doctor that she cut? Hearsay. No. Did he lose it on his right finger? So that would not affect guitar. I wouldn't say no to Jordan Peterson either. Everybody loves a discussion. Yeah, I don't know how your own statements can be hearsay. And not statements that he himself heard. Even that I don't understand is hearsay. Okay, what did you hear with your ears? I heard them say, I'm going to kill you. I understand. That doesn't mean, or I heard them say, I ran over the dog. That doesn't mean they ran over the dog, but I heard them say that. Now, true hearsay would be, what happened to the dog? Well, Timmy told Jimmy that Timmy ran over the dog. Did you hear that? No, but Jimmy told me that Timmy said that. You need both hands to play true, but if you use a pick, at least, it doesn't affect the digit. Look at these fat sausages for fingers. I can play piano despite what these things look like, but I have never run over a dog, Nightwolf. I ran over a rabbit once. We were speeding to the hospital because a friend was having an allergic reaction, and I thought it was life or death. And I was driving, not speeding, but just driving on a country road. And a beautiful little freaking rabbit. Like, I don't see rabbits. I see a rabbit as I'm driving to the hospital with a friend.
When Dr. Kipper
Killed the
was
rabbit,
treating your finger,
unfortunately.
what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there
What
was
happened?
obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. there would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Miss Herb before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed
He's trying to protect Amber.
Off.
He would have
The tip of
protected
my
her
finger.
had the damage not been undeniable.
But a good chunk. I miss it.
Sorry. it's a
Mr.
big
Depp,
pee.
you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August.
Yes, but Law and
because,
Crime
I
doesn't have
just
Viva.
finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eyes a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly.
So it's a question. This is rebuttal evidence.
If you disagreed,
Some of it might overlap with
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
examination in
She just
chief,
asked,
but
how did
yeah.
that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Yeah, I think Johnny's doing
State the
fine.
objection.
I do think he's telling the
Mr.
truth,
Depp,
so it's
specifically,
harder
how
to
did
lie
injury in this
when you're
photograph
telling the
occur?
truth.
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
It's a bad question, but whatever.
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
Oh, snap.
No, I think no.
That's
I think it would be
that's a
difficult
direct
to photograph
implication of
or
Amber
to,
Heard's identical images that were photoshopped to
start
make
getting
one
into sort of digital processing with
look redder.
a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Yeah, okay, let's hear this. New evidence. So this is, a lot of it's going to overlap, but this is rebuttal testimony to what Amber
Mr.
Heard
Depp, do you
testified. Her
recognize what's
evidence.
reflected in this photograph?
Let's see this photograph.
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301.
Let's see this picture.
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Even if she is being honest, like, you would not
Mr.
want to
Depp,
be making
what
this
if any
face
injuries do you see
when
on your
someone's
face in this
testifying about.
photograph?
I see pretty much the same.
I can't see enough here,
see
but
that
maybe under the left eye.
The area in here
Okay.
has been, well, is swollen and, yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down.
Oh boy, this is devastating
Mr.
for my
Depp, do you
case.
recall Ms. Heard testifying that
Who's she looking at now?
punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
I didn't understand that question.
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Oh, I remember her
Yes, I
saying
do.
that.
3 times. Yes, I do.
He looks angry.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Objection, hearsay. It's calls for speculation.
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
may we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
So, by the way, it looks like James Topp is confirmed. Can you send me the stream? It looks like James Topp is confirmed for 12:45 today. If this ends earlier or a little later, everyone spread the word. After James Topp, I'm going to call it a day because I got to pick up the kids at 2:30. Can't leave the stream running unattended. I've got to set up the stream for tonight. Tom Woods is coming on for the sidebar. But James Topp is coming on at 12:45, people. So share this link around, let people know, and then we'll have an update on James Topp's walk across the country. March for Freedom. Viva, you
Please
do make your
continue,
show
Mr. Depp. What did
inclusive.
you tell Ms. Heard about the
And that we
staircase?
all have
or
important
with Kate
contributions.
Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rotten born.
Mr. Rotten
Ms. Heard
born.
took the story
Uh-oh.
and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind.
I
There was
said that
never
about
a
the sex. Remind me after.
where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs. Yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor and
Oh, that's not what
What's
she
the
not
rumor?
testified.
responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on.
Don't testify for your wetness, Rottenborn.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
Overrule the objection.
Overrule the objection and warn him not to testify for the
Sorry,
witness.
I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you like? Was it?
So what
By the way,
specifically had you actually told Ms.
The,
Heard
the
about
Rottenborn
the
identity.
incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica.
Yes.
I had
Tell
left
what's-
our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming
Amber
down
said
like
that he
it's,
pushed her
you
down
know,
the stairs.
monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then
Remind me about the twisting
rumor
into something negative.
of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it
Twisting actual
like that.
events to give it a
Mr.
negative
Depp,
spin.
we heard
I called
testimony
that
from Miss Heard's
on the
sister
cabinet
Whitney
search.
during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
She got picked on by her sister, her abusive, manipulative, controlling, dominating sister. If I'm
It was
writing
a
his
kind of a
answer.
strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers.
Oh,
I believe
go
that even
on.
made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
well,
Let's
let's
told me
objection hearsay.
in detail.
I think they missed it.
What else did you observe of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Ms. Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question. Or
Yeah, I mean,
that
sustained.
is foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
In his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who's this lawyer? I have not seen her before. Camille didn't get a perm.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard physically attack Whitney?
Yes.
No, I've
Define,
never seen any
define physically attack.
full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Ms. Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that physically push her or metaphorically?
Metaphorically push her. Yeah, no, I think you mean.
You heard Whitney.
Oh,
testify
Elaine's
that
angry.
She lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
I gave it to her.
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
A year and a half.
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
When did she
His
leave?
apartment, Your Honor, he was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Amber told her to go. She got jealous.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people.
All right, nobody cares about the details, but bottom line, Amber told her sister to leave.
Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
I don't know who Jennifer Howell is at this
Your
point.
Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can-
What's the motion that they anticipated having at noon?
Do you have it?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Who was Mr. Mandel again?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years.
Oh, yeah. He was the guy that was angry, miffed of having gotten terminated.
At a certain point, I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to
Get rid of him.
take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And
People were asking if Amber got any of that money, if she...
so yes, Joel Mandel is and they which was they
The video deposition
settled,
yesterday.
the
Okay, fine.
case,
Yeah, got it.
with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was the big, that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just want to
May we
approach.
approach?
Okay.
The curly hair lawyer has been there since the beginning, watching more than me and you, and you're still not up on who these people are. Wow. Yeah, because I haven't been watching it every day. Doing my best. So the curly-haired lawyer has been on the team the entire time. I haven't even seen her sitting next to him. I've seen Camille to one side. There was a blonde woman in the back, and then the guy on the left, the guy who looks like the guy from Happy Gilmore. You will not make this putt. Do you imagine finding out that people have just been stealing from you? It's a problem. Like, you get to a point in life where you have so much money, your project becomes to make sure that people don't steal your money because you have so much of it. They can just take little bits here and there. You won't even notice. Oh no. I would last through this
Just to remind
trial.
you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about.
Because Mandel
So
said he
when
didn't donate a lot of
I
money.
donate money. I donate without my name being involved.
It's the highest form of charity, according to many.
Because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel.
That's a good. Amber
I
so
believe
wants her
this
name
is
on
in
it.
response to
She
Mr.
wants her name on donations made by other people. Elon Musk, Johnny
Basically,
Depp.
when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney.
You got to
I would
pick your
talk to
charity
Warner
properly,
Brothers.
Nick.
I would talk
Yeah.
to whoever the studio was well before the premiere and make the premiere a
Yep.
benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Yeah, over. All right. I don't know where this is going. But it's interesting. Who's he looking at? He just looked at somebody. Now he's looking over at the jury, looking over at the foreperson. It is at this moment that Johnny began questioning. Is this trial going as well for me as I think it is? The jury seems to be responsive. I don't want to look over and jinx anything. He's looking down at his finger, longingly remembering the tip that is no longer there. I don't know what the heck he's doing. It's pretty. I mean, it's like this is the I say gossipy part. You know, like Amber is so toxic with everyone that she gets into a fight with her sister and kicks her sister out of Johnny Depp's penthouse mansion. The donations. So let's see here. ACLU is a fake charity. So allegedly, hashtag no defamation. So we know they should be viewed with suspicion. Most take a large vig off every donation. So there are ways of verifying your charity as to what percentage goes to administration, fundraising, and what goes to the actual programs. And sometimes it's shockingly disgusting. Fundraising is the most disgusting way of siphoning donation dollars, you know, for selfish ends. People, go check out the proportion of of every cent on the dollar that goes to fundraising. And when you see something like 25% for fundraising, well, we got to raise the funds. And so we go make a party with lots of booze, good food, alcohol that we contract with our buddies and our friends and use their promotion companies, use their entertainment companies. And then meanwhile, 25 cents on every dollar goes to promotion instead of to the actual programs. But they say it's necessary because we have to raise the money. So we have to have these great events to attract donors, when really it's just a way of, in my humble opinion, laundering out the money so you can have these fancy, all you can eat, all you can drink gala events, when you could probably raise just as much money without throwing opulent, extravagant fundraising activities. I do not have nice things to say about the ACLU either. But you could go to Charity Navigator to get assessments of
Mr. Depp,
charities.
what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I'm a big donor.
I
show up to just like
had
Jack
a
Sparrow.
relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Anonymous, but let him. What's your relationship? Just say I go there often. I try to help there. I try to show up and entertain the kids. And he sounds like he's either Some are going to say he's so smug that he thinks that children's dying wishes to see him, and others are going to say he's so modest. He knows that that's what they want, and he doesn't want to say it because it's embarrassing. I happen to opt for the latter. I think he wants to say there are sick kids and their wishes to meet me, and I show up to do it. But it sounds cocky and arrogant to say something like that to someone who doesn't want to say it like that. Now, I ain't saying he's a philanthropist, but okay. He goes to donate his time to kids. That's what I think. That's what I think he's like almost embarrassed to say. Back to the gallery. Who are those two gentlemen who are clearly blocking the view of the people behind them? The next time they should say, may I sit behind people who are grossly shorter than me so that you can see the trial, as opposed to being blocked by big, broad shoulders. I know this from experience because I'm a small man. Oftentimes
Mr.
can't
Depp,
see the
I'd
show.
like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. This is, we're talking 2016, yeah.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom
Passed away. Is that what this is going?
made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind.
I think they do. They have to.
I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to...
That's a gratuitous accusation, just JC.
Hearsay.
If people don't want me interacting with their comment,
We can move on.
don't post a comment. If I disagree
Mr.
with a
Depp, what
comment,
happened at the
I'll bring
end
it
of
up
that week on May 27th,
respectfully.
2016?
And I never sick anybody on anybody. And
May 27th,
everybody knows
my
that.
daughter's birthday, May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
The Tamara
Did
Lich
Ms.
hearing
Heard
is
know that
over.
you were out of town
Infinity
on May
Lore.
27th?
And I updated the title.
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
in this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection. please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
I am no god. I am a mere mortal with as many foibles and flaws as every other human out there. But I do tell you, I don't think I've ever attacked anybody. And in fact, I so don't attack people when the crowd responds, like on the Twitter exchange over the weekend. I genuinely feel bad and specify to everyone, don't make fun of people on superficial, trite things. And then I DM'd the individual and made sure we made up that there was no misunderstanding, that it was not what was going on. Viva also does not mind showing and admitting to ignorance when it happens, the sign of someone over 42. Well, 42 is the meaning of life, as we know, from a book that I have never read, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I know it's in there. I just have never read the book. Let's see here. Dragon Sage, I concur. I certainly strive to be fair. There's nothing, the first lesson anyone learns in life is that of fairness. Try to cut a sandwich in half and split it among two kids. The first thing they're going to go for is fairness. The answer is 42. What did Johnny? So someone said that they didn't find Johnny's comments from a few years back to be nice. I didn't hear anything that I would have thought responded to that description. But so someone had said that Amber's hair looks like a blonde poop emoji, and now I see it. Not making fun of the way someone looks. I am observing on the swirl of the hair today, which looks like a blonde poop emoji. We don't know if that was done on purpose. If she's trying to reclaim the Amber turd, all her own, it is going to be called the blonde turd. the turd swirl. Yeah, so let's see. Booyah. We got a new sub. Oh geez. Someone has come downstairs. They have found me in the office. True, Viva. Human are mere mortals. Dragons are immortal. I've never met a dragon before. Yeah, here, look at this. You put some eyes on that swirl of a hair. I think there's a meme in there. Okay. So I don't know what's going on. What's the sidebar about? 12:17. We're going to break for lunch. I think they're going to break at 12:30. They had some motion, which I don't know where it's going to be. When we break for lunch, James Top is going to come on for an update, and then I'm going to call it quits for the day. Let's see what we got here. Her hair looks more like a croissant. Okay. Keep saying what I thought.
Depp,
I thought
Depp
was going to come out
Ms. Heard's
worse.
testimony at this trial.
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Frustrating, hurtful.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I thought that would have been sustained. What is the relevance? But let's hear it.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage. unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted I no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay. All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody.
Darn
and
it.
don't do any outside research, okay?
Darn
Thank
it.
you.
That, look, some people are going to say that was acting. Other people are going to say that was authentic.
And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you.
What is that supposed to mean, Your Honor? What, hold on, seriously, what does that mean? Don't break anything on the way out. Chat, what did the judge mean by that?
Just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have attorneys come forward on?
I'm going to say, maybe he went into it a little bit dramatically, putting that in quotes, but insane is the way, that if there's a response that I would have, like a reflex, not to get into the using psychiatric disorders glibly. Insane would be the word. Is like, you're listening. I mean, if Johnny Depp is telling the truth and Amber Heard is lying, you're listening to someone who you were married to, lived through this, you had a life together, now come up on the stand and say that you did a cavity search on them for drugs when you were in a stupor looking for your drugs, that you assaulted them with a bottle a la Gone Girl. Still haven't seen the movie. It's insane in the clinical sense. It's like watching someone you love fabricate nonsense. If he lived through the abuse that he says he lived through, that he's got the scars to actually prove, the medical notes to actually prove, to hear this person then twist events from the past into horrific, fabricated. You'd have to be insane to say these things. Insane would be the word for me. But the business about her twisting, twisting events into something sinister, disgusting, and awful. You remember when she was talking about the cavity search, and that was the first part of the outlandish, what's the word? Salacious, extravagant claims of abuse of the worst kind. I'm like, I could foresee a world with them where, they do and talk certain ways when intimate. Like, I'm not into any, there's no confession through projection here. I could conceive of them when being intimate, playing certain games that she can then, like people who are into spanking. Well, one person, if they want to be insane and then twist it into abuse afterwards, says, yeah, and he struck me while we were doing things, physically abused me, when at the time they might have been into that type of sexual practice. The cavity search, I'm like, okay, I could see if they're talking dirty to each other, like that's how they do it. What I couldn't imagine is that if he did, in fact, violate the sanctity of her body, purportedly looking for drugs that he was accusing her of having hidden, that she just, laid there and looked at the ceiling and let him search her cavities. I mean, it's my reflex at the time, and I almost felt bad for having the thought, is like, on the one hand, you're denying someone's story of their alleged assault. Part of me is like, if someone's pathological, they're going to go back and turn what was dirty, sexual, romantic, sordid event into, how can I use it against him 6 years later for the first time ever to bring it up? So, so there's that. And then the bottom line, Johnny has evidence. Amber evidence is not credible. Amber simply lacks evidence. Let me see if I can get James Top on a little early. Give me 1 second. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Okay. They broke for lunch early, comma, if you're available now, comma, we could go live as soon as you can, period. So that's it. But the idea, Kate Moss fell down the stairs. Let's 5 years later try to turn that into Johnny Depp pushed her down the stairs. The underlying fact is there. She fell down the stairs. Now let's go make it into something sick, something abusive. Go back to that, in the trailer. Let's just say they're getting kinky and they're doing something, and then he does something like, "You want me to look there? You want me to, oh," and then they're into it. 6 years later, turn it into something sordid, sexual assault accusations. What was the other one? The bottle. I mean, the bottle accusation was so. This is not true. Don't spread rumors. Don't spread rumors. It's not hard before things get out of control on the interwebs. The bottle, Gone Girl allegation, that is such a serious accusation, such a serious allegation, such a serious form of assault. If you don't have evidence to substantiate it, a doctor's visit, a medical report, photographs, and all that you have is raising it for the first time during a trial, sorry, yeah, Johnny has evidence to substantiate his claims. Amber does not have evidence to substantiate the most egregious, serious of accusations, and that's a problem. So yeah, that's it. And that was good testimony, powerful, and it ended on it. And what's interesting, I could have seen the judge sustaining the objection. Relevance. What difference does it make what he feels like having heard her testimony? It's not relevant to the accusations. It's not how he feels as a result of the trial is not relevant to the evidence for the trial. I could have seen her sustaining that objection, letting him go and letting him end on it. It might indicate who she thinks, she wants to give him the benefit. She thinks he's a victim. One victim has had the right to explain their allegations of abuse. Johnny should have his moment as well. Let's see what we got here in the chat. The Depp team has a chat up on that laptop. Well, I have no doubt that they're watching. If they're watching anybody, it's Emily Baker or Legal Bites. Because so, and Larry Fancher, I'm not going to read the words. The accusation wasn't with the broken bottle. Her testimony was, because I think I made this mistake or confounded the two. She was concerned it was broken because there was broken glass on the floor. She allegedly cut her arms and her feet on it. She was concerned that the bottle with which Johnny was doing what she alleged he did was broken. But like I said, broken or not. I mean, broken, it's life-altering physical injury. Not broken, it's life-altering physical injury of a different order. Okay, so we got 10 minutes before James Top gets here. So it's like, and I'm not, again, it's like not trying to be glib. No exception. For anybody who's had certain medical procedures, you know that like a doctor's finger in certain parts of your body is excruciating. A bottle of that type of assault, I mean, that's life-altering trauma. And then no evidence of that, but you have 3 pictures of Johnny passed out with the ice cream on his lap. You have pictures of broken lamps and not broken bodies. And not only that, but in the face of those allegations, you then have evening appearances with the most immaculate, impeccable, and yes, beautiful face. Not a scratch on it, not a swollen nose, not a split lip, nothing, not a bruise on her back. So it's the absence of evidence in the face of serious allegations is a serious, what's the word? Dearth. Paucity. That was the word that Fauci used. Paucity. I don't think it applies here, but it's a serious problem. You can't make those allegations and then say, yeah, I don't have pictures of the split lip, broken nose, bruises on the back, physical damage to my body, but here's a picture of a lamp that Johnny wrote on. So, yeah. What did that last comment by the judge mean? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Don't break anything on your way out. Anyone who knows in the chat, what did that last comment mean? I am surprised that Depp's lawyers did press Amber not getting. I am surprised that Depp's lawyers, I don't know if you meant did or didn't, did press Amber for not getting or producing doctors to verify the abuse. So I'm not sure if you meant did or did not, but one way or the other, she didn't have it. They don't even need to ask her. You ask her why she didn't, which was my reflex. Why did you not go to the? No, what's she going to say? I didn't want to get Johnny in trouble. I was protecting him. If someone wants to get into the acting job, I could deal with it. I could power through it. I could take it. I wanted to protect. Don't ask why. She didn't. And it's implausible. It's inconceivable. It's inconceivable that she did not go to a doctor after the alleged abuse. It's inconceivable that she does not have concrete, indisputable evidence, photographic, video, or whatever. It's inconceivable. So that's it. Let me see here. Viva, women can go a long time without facial damage in an abusive relationship. Well, first of all, I have you right up until the be real part. My sister went through it. A smart abuser won't make it obvious. It's not a question of the smart abuser not making it obvious. It's a question of the victim who has been documenting a great many things, not documenting that. So again, women can go a long time without facial. First of all, I have no direct experience with this, but I do appreciate it takes time for injury to show up, especially bruises. Not a broken nose so much that happens immediately. But she's alleging years of repeated serious abuse. So and she's documented a bunch of things: secret recordings, photographs of Johnny sleeping, photographs of landscapes, photographs of property damage. So it's not just that can occur. You're right. Her story is that she suffered this for years. It was of the worst order. She documented a bunch of stuff except for that. And not just that, but all of the other evidence of contemporaneous photographs do not support any form of a cover-up of injury that is plausible. So a smart abuser won't make it obvious. But she was a victim, an alleged victim, and she was documenting all of this, secret recordings, photo, and she has no evidence to substantiate it. At some point, you have to say, despite the fact that, hold on. I don't want to look like I'm picking on someone here. Viva, just being the devil's advocate, no point. And I don't want to look like I'm picking on you. Legitimate arguments. This is the response. It's not just that she didn't have any evidence. It's like she went out of her way to document stuff meticulously. Everything except for the alleged abuse on her. I went years until my ankle was broken and finally got counseling and realized. True, but and Maria, I suspect that people who go years to trying to deny it to themselves, trying to cover it up to themselves, don't document it for years. Everything except for the actual abuse. You have to appreciate this. She was meticulously documenting, papering her file, as we say. Everything except for the actual stuff that would substantiate the most egregious allegations of abuse. Never get involved in a land war, but only slightly enough known as this. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. I met him in an airport. One of my big celebrities that I met in an airport years ago. And Puffy Joe, and this is a legitimate point as well. I don't pretend to be an expert on this. No, but abused women are afraid to trigger the. You heard that recording where she was taunting Johnny, laughing at him, cackling at him, demeaning him. I mean, it's. I don't know. I would think that someone who's involved in an abusive relationship would not try to do that unless it's some sort of like sadistic. Let me get you to whatever. And just, more important on an evidentiary basis, she documented everything meticulously. It's inexplicable and implausible that the only evidence she does not have is the evidence of her most serious accusations. Your nerdly knowledge is great. The problem is my nerdly knowledge is old now because I don't get to watch movies anymore. Not that I even think I would. Like, my memory of movies pretty much stops at like 2010. I try to get movies in, but let me just see if I can bring this one up. Can't bring that up. Okay. Amber treats every day of this trial like an opportunity to put on another costume. That's another thing. Like, I would probably be wearing the same suit throughout a trial. Sounds to me like there was mutual psychological, emotional abuse, but the only proof of physical violence is her towards him. Terry French, it's a fair point. And had her defense been, it was mutual psychological, emotional abuse, which I consider to be domestic violence. Therefore, when I penned that op-ed, I still consider myself to be a victim. Even if I did give sometimes as good as I got, I still consider that to be domestic violence. Fine. That wasn't, she said, violence of a sexual nature, and what she alleged in this trial, even if she could have raised this argument, she erased it by going on steroids, way stronger. Had she just come up from the beginning and said it was verbal abuse, I was scared, here's the, he called me the C word, maybe we gave it to each other, but I still felt like I was a victim. I think she wins in that Johnny doesn't win. Right now, I think she made Johnny win. And I actually think, 61% chance Johnny Depp actually wins in his claim against Amber Heard. Not for 50 million. I don't know who decides the hold on. Nope, comma, I'm still live now, period. Let me see if I sent you the wrong link. Hold on, people. Oh, I did send him the wrong link because I didn't send this to myself. Copy clipboard. Give me 2 seconds. I think I've sent the wrong link to the guest. Let's send this. Stay tuned. James Top is coming in hot. Let's see here. Okay, get this. So the cross is going to be interesting. I mean, they've got to be careful because if they ask stupid questions, they're going to let. I mean, Johnny weighs his words. Whether you think he's acting or pretentious or whatever, he's weighing his words. So you're not going to get him to blow up on the stand like Dr. Schmiegel. He weighs his words. So one thing you don't want to do is give him an opportunity to elaborate on his testimony. He's not going to contradict it. Oh, we got James Top in here. Okay, so let me see this. Yes, we all know that, Viva. You do an excellent job. Thank you, we the people. All right. I'm going to take this down. I'm going to remove this. And James, I'm bringing you in. He's wearing safety first, people.
How's the signal?
Signal's good. I think give a mic check 1 2 and we'll see what the audio sounds like.
1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Sounds good to me. You know what? Hold on. I think we might want panoramic. Yeah, we want to see your surroundings a little more. James, I think a lot of people know you. I think probably everybody knows you, but just in case, who are you? What are you doing before we get into the update?
Yeah, right. I'm James Top. I'm currently serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces in the reserves. I'm facing charges, as you may have heard. I can explain that a little bit later, because I chose to spoke out against government policies requiring you to disclose your medical status or have a medical procedure. I'm also a public service employee. I was and I still am nominally employed by the RCMP. However, I don't get any pay because I'm on leave without pay. So based on everything that, all the mandates that were put in place for federal government employees back in November, I endured a couple of months of hardship, was inspired by the Freedom Convoy and the truckers and the protests in Ottawa, and I decided about my own protest, march across the country and go to Ottawa, pay my respects to the War Memorial and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and in doing so attempt to get the attention of some members of Parliament and talk about some issues that weren't discussed early this year. Just to bring you up to speed on that, we've made some progress. We've had 9 members of Parliament now agree to meet with us, and we're going to talk about the 3 R's with them, and the 3 R's are repealing mandates, reinstating government workers, pressuring the corporate world to rehire folks that got fired because of their objections to these procedures, getting restitution to employees for wages lost, and we're actually calling it 3+1 because the last R is about repair. Something's got to be done about the divide that's been created in this society over the last 2 years. And as of right now, after 95 days, we are just passing through Nipigon, Ontario.
Dude, you're in Nipigon, Ontario. I think I know roughly where that is. That's close to the border with Saskatchewan.
No.
Manitoba. Damn it! I skipped over.
Not even close.
Where? I'm an idiot because I think I skipped over a province, and now I'm embarrassed. Where is that?
Yeah. So yeah, it's in northwestern Ontario. It's just at the northern end of Lake Superior. Nipigon Bay is not far away, and then we're going to be following Highway 17 south along the lake to Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury, across the North Bay. Follow that to Pembroke, maybe with a little stop in Petawawa, where I used to work for a little while, and then on to Ottawa. Then we intend to hit Ottawa by June the 30th. So a couple of things that have happened since the last time we spoke. We managed to nail down a date, and the date that we have nailed down for us to have our discussion with members of Parliament are the 22nd of June. So I will not have reached Ottawa on foot by that time. However, because of the time of year and the fact that recess for MPs will be called on the 23rd, I do believe. So we're going to drive into Ottawa, have the meeting with the MPs. Then once that's concluded, drive back to where we stopped on the 22nd and continue the march. And then by June the 30th, we're going to march into Ottawa and right up to the War Memorial and meet all the folks who have said that they're going to meet us there. So in and around late afternoon, evening, June the 30th, we'll have march from Vancouver all the way up to the War Memorial.
Now, and by the way, I get mistaken between the order in the middle of Canada between Manitoba and Saskatchewan. That being said, I'm trying to think. We drove to Winnipeg, and I'm trying to think. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So you're first of all, it looks beautiful behind you. The clouds are very picturesque. Before we even get into like the legal stuff, are you weighing yourself? How much weight have you lost, or are you actually putting on muscle mass?
Yeah, I would say like I've actually put on a little bit of weight because with the support we've been getting from everyone along the way and the help I'm getting from the team along the way, this, I'm not, I haven't been forced to, do a kind of death march, okay? Like this has been, we pace ourselves, we eat properly, we make sure we're eating the right things. And, like for example, in the community of Morello, just outside Thunder Bay, yesterday we had a really nice meet and greet, probably a couple hundred people showed up. It was a potluck, so everybody had a chance to eat something. And, we had a really good meal there. So, this is, this whole thing has been an amazing experience in that way.
Have you had any bad experiences thus far on the march?
There's been some kind of minor physical ailments here and there, equipment failures, really minor stuff. A couple of the fellas had to go their own way because of personal issues. And but then again, we gained 4 more people on the team. Tom Murphy's one of them. He's a representative of Vets for Freedom. He joined us not far from Ontario-Manitoba border, and him and his wife are joining us. They got their camper, and he marches with me, and his wife drives the camper. So we also got Beth and Ben, brother and sister, and they all rotate. So they all rotate through various support roles. And it's it's the hardest thing has been you're probably dealing with the weather going through the prairies. That was the biggest challenge.
Now you say so. 9 politicians have agreed to meet with you.
That's correct. 9 members of parliament. Yeah.
Did you mention which ones?
I don't have their names available, and I'm going to keep them close to my chest for the time being because they may have security or publicity concerns, and I don't want that to derail the effort that we're at here, because my understanding, and I would like to clarify to you and to anybody watching this, with the charges that the Public Affairs Office released from the Department of National Defense, and then that was an announcement made a couple of weeks ago. What they are portraying this, what the media is portraying this as, is that I am being charged for supporting the Freedom Convoy. So, number one, that's not the case. I'm not being charged for supporting the Freedom Convoy. I'm being charged for violating the Code of Service Discipline and speaking out in uniform about government policies, okay? That's 2 counts of National Defense Act 129, conduct, prejudice, or I can't remember. You're gonna have to look at it.
Yeah.
The verbiage escapes me.
No, but bottom line is you're not allowed criticizing the government while in uniform.
100%.
Okay.
Well, and also there's a social media policy that strictly states that you have to conduct yourself in a way, or you're pretty much not allowed on social media platforms. As a Canadian Armed Forces member and speaking out against these kind of things. Mm-hmm. However, like I said before, I did it because I felt that it is wrong to coerce people and threaten them with losing their paychecks. I don't care where you work, whether in the federal government or in the corporate sector. I feel it's wrong. I said so, and I went in my uniform and I said it. I do it again, because just because you're in uniform doesn't mean that you don't have the right to make your voice heard. So basically, I'm being charged for that. Two counts of national defense under the National Defense Act, Section 129. So because the way that it's being portrayed, though, in the media as I'm one of the folks who's being investigated, or it's been what's the word I'm looking for here? Insinuated. insinuated that I'm a freedom convoy, quote unquote, supporter. And that is being used as an excuse for a lot of, I believe, a lot of members of parliament and other officials to kind of back away and say, well, you know, the freedom convoy was a bad and terrible thing. And, you know, and plus we have these charges. So what they actually see, what I'm doing is a continuation of the freedom convoy, which it is not. Okay, so the freedom convoy inspired me, but this is our effort. Okay, this is the effort of myself and the team of Canada Marches to address the issues with regards to the mandates and how they've affected people in a negative way. And also, like I said before, I'm speaking on behalf of everybody that has lost a job, lost a paycheck, suffered, and I'm speaking on behalf of everybody who had to accept or disclose their medical status in order to keep their jobs. And that hasn't changed.
Now, let me. So, just for everyone's clear on this, then, have you received a fine? Have you received an infraction, or is it just an investigation thus far for you criticizing government policy while bearing your military uniform? Is it just an investigation?
So the investigation is more or less complete at this stage. What's happening now is that we are. I have a lawyer, Philip Millar from Millar Law. He was. I was put in contact with him through the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And he's representing me in this matter and also representing another group of soldiers who is being released under Article 5F or under Item 5F for refusing to disclose their status or remaining unvaccinated. So what he is doing is he is now engaged in this with the Brigade Judge Advocate General, who is the military legal counsel, and they're doing some back and forth, because as it stands right now, the charges have been laid. There's actually been no sentence passed, and the agreement that we're trying to establish now is whether there's going to be whether I have the right to elect a court-martial or not.
Okay, and because the charges have been laid, this is like an administrative internal. This is not a criminal infraction. This is under your code of conduct of the military service.
Yeah, well, it's the National Defense Act, so so a civilian can be charged under the National Defense Act under certain things like treason, for example. But typically, people who are charged under the National Defense Act are military.
Okay. Your audio, I'm continuing to adjust your audio because it keeps bouncing back to regular audio for some reason. What are the sanctions that you can face, James?
Well, it depends on the penalties that they want to impose. Like, you know, it could be a fine, it could be release from the armed forces, and now it would be an even worse item code. So like I said, for the folks who are being released under 5F from the armed forces because they're failing to disclose their status or because they refuse to get vaccinated, the 5F means that they are displaying a behavior with they're unwilling or unable to change. And if I was to get released, for example, under this charge, then it would be a different item code. It would be like poor conduct.
Okay. And that would be a dishonorable discharge, which would have obvious penalties on any pension.
Yeah,
you would have
well,
otherwise been...
both of those items, both of the codes, okay, the release codes that we're talking about, the 5F and the one for like poor conduct. I don't know the actual code off the top of my head, but they're both, you know, in a vernacular that the common person can understand if they don't have any exposure to, military lingo would be kind of like, yeah, dishonorable discharge.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, that's interesting because the rumors were around that you got fined for doing what you're doing for marching across the country, which is not the case, but they've found a reason. And when was the public statements in uniform made? Is it stuff you said while marching, or is it stuff you've already said in the past?
No, I made a fairly public statement on TikTok, and I went to a rally for the sole purpose of finding a reporter that I can stand in front of, and I happened to find a videographer instead. And that's how strongly I felt about the issue at that time, was that, and I still do. I've been asked if I would do it again. And, if you want to see those videos, you can go to YouTube on the James Top channel. This is the Twilight Zone we live in now. I have my own channel on YouTube. And you can see that video there, okay? It's the Sumas rally video.
Okay, excellent. Now,
so that was back in February the 12th. So just to add a couple of things there, the news of the charge is actually old news trying to be new news.
Yeah.
Right? So because I was actually charged back on February the 12th, probably, let's call it February the 16th or the 17th, about 3 or 4 days after.
When did you start walking?
February 20th.
Okay. So your the charge predates the march. It's comes up now in the news because it's a good smear piece to make it look like you're either affiliated with the illegal unlawful occupation, which is no more, or you got fined somewhere along the way, just to let people know if you're going to do this, you'll be subject to scrutiny. So other than that reporting from Canadian legacy media, has CBC, Radio-Canada, Global, anyone reached out to you?
Actually, I think I said, I remember talking to you about that, like early on, somebody had reached out. Nothing since. We have been contacted about a week ago by, on Instagram, I think somebody had made a connection from a CBC morning show out of Winnipeg. Is that Winnipeg? That should. Manitoba, CBC Manitoba morning show. And we're trying to establish when and where and how the interview will be conducted. But no, it's absolutely not. They're definitely not, we're not fending off multiple requests here.
And that would be Manitoba, the neighboring province to Ontario people. I'm just going to try to make up for that brain fart. So it's fantastic. Has there been? I ask you this every time. Other than any bad events, has there been any jaw-droppingly memorable things that you've seen, things that have occurred? Not necessarily about the whole movement, but just events caught. Have you seen any baby bear crossing the street with their mums, like moose? Any beautiful acts of nature, walking through storms? Any life-shattering, life-altering epiphanies?
Yeah, you get kind of immune to some stuff after a while. Walking through the prairies in, what felt like the middle of winter was actually spring. Yeah, we definitely encountered some weather, crossing Alberta. I think the last time we spoke, I think we were somewhere in Alberta. Or we had the wind at our back, and then I think the moment we crossed into Saskatchewan, the wind just started blowing right into our faces with a couple of freak winter storms in there. That was outstanding. I mean, not in necessarily the best way, but yeah, wildlife is starting to come out. You see some deer and stuff like that. No baby bears or nothing. Eagles, yes. Are we seeing? After crossing the prairies, there was one instance. I remember this isn't It was kind of not quite a whiteout, but definitely. I remember we were walking, and I'll never forget this because you could see the Trans-Canada, 2 lanes of the Trans-Canada Highway. Just kind of, and all of this white space, you couldn't differentiate the the sky from the ground at a couple of instances, and all you could see were these two twin tracks going off forever into the horizon. And I said to Christian, I think we might be in purgatory right now, because it was just no sense of movement anywhere. It was just
Fantastic.
like endless walking, but marching, I should say. So it was, yeah, I mean, I will say the reception that we got in Winnipeg by the freedom community there, and Walter, he has founded this kind of group called Camp Hope. There was probably 400 people at this gathering, and that was pretty amazing to see, because I think I had kind of said that before. I didn't really expect this level of support, and then to see that many people at one place, coming out to here, to meet us and hear me talk. It was pretty amazing to see.
Fantastic. What's the destination for tonight?
Oh, well, we're gonna, yeah, just basically, we're gonna march. I want to get in about 45 kilometers, or between 45 and 50 kilometers a day. I'd have to look at the map, but if you are looking at the map of Ontario and you find Nipigon, and then add 40 kilometers, and then I think there's a provincial park in the vicinity. There's not a whole lot of urban areas up here, right? There's a lot of kind of sparsely populated small towns situated in between long stretches of highway and wilderness. And we're getting into an especially kind of not as mountainous as BC, but definitely we're getting into some hilly terrain coming up.
Okay, phenomenal. James, so we've clarified the news. Still, it would invite any Canadian legacy media to get the story out there, but they won't. What do you want to say? Oh, hold on, there were two questions actually. Hold on. One says, how many pairs of boots have you gone through thus far from Rob A?
Yeah, probably at least 5 or 6. And I'm at the point now where I swap out so they don't wear out as fast. So, like in the morning, I'll wear a set of boots. And then if you look around at this terrain, like it's kind of, we're coming up on a shoulder. So these are my latest. These are, what are these, Saucony? No, Brooks. No, I don't know. Anyway, they're good. But so I'll put some running shoes on for stuff like this. And then, believe it or not, I don't know what the temperature is like now, but it's a little chilly here, so we'll probably pick up the pace, keep body heat up there. But to answer the question, yeah, at least 4 or 5, possibly 6 pairs of boots and running shoes.
If I had to guess, James, I think I know shoes better than I know geography. I'd guess those were Sauconys based on the sole. I used to work at Sports Expert. There's another question here. We Unify Canada says, hi, James. Can you please give a shout out to We Unify's conference? We're claiming Canada in Victoria this weekend since you're speaking.
Right.
Do you know
Yeah.
them?
Yeah, actually, We Unify. I'm actually scheduled to speak at that. They're going to bring me in on a call.
Okay.
So shout out to them.
All right, man. So, James, anything else that I didn't get to that you want to mention before we say thank you for what you're doing and let us know? We'll tune back in. Yeah. What do you want to share with the world? Yeah,
there's 2 things. This is what's going on with this group. The team at Canada Marches, and what I set out to do and what we are doing. This is an amazing human interest story. It's a guy who had some kind of a vision, and then a bunch of then a team formed, and we did know each other before the February the 20th, and there's been 5 or 6 of us out of this group now. We've been together for 95 days, okay, and we're this team that without corporate funding, without sponsorship, using donations, and some of our own cash. You know, we've made our way on foot from Vancouver to Nipigon, Ontario so far. And we're probably, I would say, we have a 0.9% chance of making it all the way to our destination. And nobody in the regular media is paying attention to this. No, no magazines, no CBCs, no CTV. And it is astonishing that they don't care. Not because they know we're looking to be famous. It's just this is a pretty amazing feat by anybody's measure. And I would say to anybody watching this, you know, go and honk their nose about this. And at least so, you know, I can give credit to the folks who've helped me get this far. And this is, you know, and if you can't realize that this is being ignored, or if you don't realize that this is being ignored, I've been doing this for 95 days on the highway. There's been thousands, tens of thousands of people who have passed me since we started. And, you know, the fact that this is not being acknowledged in any way because I have something to say about mandates is, it really should wake, like I don't like using that phrase, waking people up, but this should really open their eyes to how bad it is and how poor, quote unquote, journalism has become in this country.
It's not, and then I'm sure you get the comparison all the time, but like you imagine the frenzy around Terry Fox running across the country, and it's different story, different facts. This is to get a total media blackout. And I'll call it a media blackout. It's ignored. It's atrocious. It's atrocious, and what's getting the focus is stuff that should not be getting the focus.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
All right.
And in preparation, you know, just so everybody knows, so they can start getting ready, you know, the closer we get, the more attention we're going to get, and the more the more attempts will be made to kind of cast us in a poor light. So anybody who's watching, you know, just be ready with what you know about what I'm doing, and be ready to speak on that, so that you know, you can kind of serve as an antidote to what's probably going to come down.
They're going to try to outlaw a foot convoy. No people walking into Ottawa on July 1st.
Yeah, but put giant nets up around.
No, it's the barricades. Declare a preemptive state of emergency. Preemptively invoke the Emergencies Act. Everybody who's watching, clip and snip and share this everywhere. So any piece, any portion, share it on your YouTube channel, share it on Twitter, especially maybe the part about the media not covering this, so that people can know. James Topp, you're not retired. You're still in the military until they sanction you. If they do, marching across Canada in protest of these mandates, which have put you out of work. Leave without pay. Imagine that. It's called fired without cause. It's not leave without pay. Oh, they might take you back, James, as soon as you comply or the mandates are no longer there. But until then, you're on leave, and you're not getting paid. In other words, in other worlds, this would have been constructive dismissal.
Yeah, it's I often have to wonder what door I went through and when in order to arrive in the Twilight Zone, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, you're doing God's work, Ben, and people are loving it, and people are following it. But I think not enough to even know that you are doing this. So, everyone who's watching now, clip, snip, share away so that they can know. And you know, Johnny Depp's interesting, but this is kind of, you know, at the very least, nationally more important to most Canadians, even if we don't know it. All right, man. So when do we check in again? So you're scheduled to arrive in a little over a month now. So.
Yeah. Well, we have the meeting on the 22nd of June, but like I said, for the time being, I'll keep the names close to my chest and the venue, but we do want to live stream it on the 22nd of June. So look for that at on our platforms, okay? Because the discussion, like I said, we're not going there to insult anybody. We're not going there to wave flags around and yell and scream and shout. We have an agenda. We want to talk about it. And like I said, it's fairly simple and language anybody can understand, right? It's repealing, reinstatement, restitution, 3 R's, and then the one I want to talk to them about, which is one of the most important things, is repair, because it's really important that they understand just exactly what I've seen on the ground since I've been marching. And what I've seen is that this isn't just about people unhappy about mandates anymore. This has morphed into this, this dissatisfaction, intense dissatisfaction with the government by a lot of people, like a lot of people. And, our representatives need to know about that so they can do something, start fixing it.
Phenomenal, James. So let's catch up again before you're done, and maybe I'm thinking maybe if you're not in what did I say? If you're not in Saskatchewan, maybe I'll drive and try to meet you one day.
Well, hey, listen, I'll let you in on something, okay? Contingent on the discussion or the outcome of the discussion we're going to have with these government representatives. We'll either stay in Ottawa and continue the negotiation over the 3 R's that we're going to present, or I'm going to keep marching to the east, in which case I might be passing through your neighborhood.
Fantastic. Well, I won't say fingers crossed, hope for the best. We'll see what the political landscape is in Canada in a month. I think it's going to be worse than it is today.
Well, we'll see.
James, thank you thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for coming on, and we'll pop back in any day that you're something happens. Let me know, and I'll be in touch with your team.
Absolutely. Like we're getting a lot closer. Our connections will be better, and we'll as we get closer to Ottawa, absolutely we should reconnect.
Okay.
And like
fantastic.
I said, June 30th, and around the late afternoon, evening, is when I'll be marching up to the War Memorial, and you can put that on the calendar if you wish.
Okay, will do. I'm going to see where I am at that point in time, that we might have stuff. But James, one way or the other, we'll be in touch. We'll keep in touch. Everybody, how can people support you, James? Actually, for those who don't know where they can support you.
Yeah, we have managed, even though it's been 3 months, we've managed to sort ourselves out. Got incorporation status, not for profit. We got a business account. We got a Shopify. We got something going on Shopify, but I'm not really up to speed on it because this is my area of specialty right here. Yep. So we got the ability for folks to go to our website, canadamarches.ca, buy some merch, or at least you can. There's a donate button there. That because our merch is still we're trying to line up suppliers and whatnot. So. We're going to, that's how you can do it. And if you're in the vicinity of where I am, if you want to pull over and say hi, just be careful. You're on the Trans-Canada. And if I'm passing through your town and you're an organizer, you can help us set something up. Like, for example, that's what we did back in Thunder Bay, the biggest town that we just passed through a couple of days ago. And it turned out really well. So that's just a couple of different ways.
And your route, the path you're taking is on canadamarches.ca?
Yeah, and also it's fairly simple. We're going to go all the way to Ottawa on Highway 17.
Okay. I'm going to pin the comment so that everybody can go and support you if they so choose. But everybody just share the story. So that's worth more than anything. But I'm going to go right now, James, and make a contribution myself, and just hope that the government doesn't freeze my bank account for doing it.
Yeah,
James,
I think you're safe.
You never know. It's a lot of retroactive criminality in Canada these days. James, be safe. We'll keep in touch and keep on keeping on in the literal and spiritual sense.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for taking the time out to talk to me and help me get the word out.
My pleasure. I'm gonna push harder now.
Okay.
Have a good day.
We got
James.
a bridge coming up. It's pretty cool. Check it out.
Well, let's see this. It's the most beautiful country in the world if it weren't for the politicians.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. See you soon. Okay, that's it. So apparently we missed something in the trial. Let me just take my headphones out. Oh gosh. Oh, that's James, people. Clip, snip, and share and share away because the media is not gonna pay attention to him. Let's just see the one thing that we missed in this trial before. I think apparently they're letting a TMZ dude testify, which I think apparently is going to be devastating because from what I understand, there's an issue as to Amber Heard shopping the video, one of the videos to TMZ.
And everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir. As far as
Let's
your
just skip
comments
ahead
about
here.
Virginia Rule of Evidence.
Okay, well, we'll skip it.
In this case, I can
For either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today and I
Thank you,
appreciate your
Your Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. In this matter, under Virginia Rule Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case,
The judge had her
it appears
judgment
that the
pre-written
witness is willing
already,
to
but let's just
state,
hear where she's going with
the
this.
name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your
All right.
Honor.
Thank
For
you.
the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, Ashley, Mr.
Who balance the prejudice versus
Plaintiff or defendant to assert.
This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. Intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so
I'm an idiot. I've been on mute.
Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization.
I've been on mute.
It
All I said is
routinely
it seems
accepts
TMZ wanted to
information as
intervene
is common in
and they were
journalism
denied
under
the right to
exchanges
intervene
of
in the
promises
trial.
of confidentiality.
But I don't know what that.
If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
Well, but if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify. So there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are you subpoenaed?
Incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily. From this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case.
Oh, so I
And
guess.
so he is coming under a compulsion under
Well,
subpoena.
and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure.
Okay, so that's fine. So a witness from TMZ is coming after lunch.
Right,
People,
exactly, and that's,
and
that's,
it is
and that's
TMZ.
why I'm saying all your cases that you showed.
okay, people, I'm going to direct you to other people who are covering this because I'm ducking out for the day. Got to set up the stream for tonight with Tom Woods, Robert Barnes. Got to eat food. Got to pick up the kids. Got to exercise. Get some sunlight. Peeps, I'll see you tonight, 7:00 tonight. Sidebar with Tom Woods, Robert Barnes, the Tom Woods. Tomorrow I might not be live because I might be in transit. We'll see if I can get live at some point, but I'll be watching from a distance. So we've got the Tamara Lich update. We've got Reuters being pathological liars, gaslighting pathological liars. Got the Johnny Depp, got a James Topp update. Then he has not been charged with anything in relation to the convoy. It's an old charge under his military code for speaking out in uniform. Nothing new. Going to be used against him. Going to be weaponized by the media that wants to ignore this story except to demonize it. Go enjoy the day. I will see you all tonight. Peace out, peeps.